Chapter 3602. Greetings to the head steward. Seeing the heartless divine king arrive, the four high-ranking divine kings hurriedly bowed, saluting with respectful manners. Ji Tianxing and Peng Fei did not open their mouths to speak, but they also bowed slightly to indicate. The heartless divine king ignored everyone, his face expressionless as he stared at Ji Tianxing with a dark gaze. "You're Long Tian, Dragon Emperor Sealing Sky's closed-door disciple?" Ji Tianxing did not have a good impression of this person. Furthermore, he could tell that this person came with ill intentions, so he just nodded his head and did not say anything. The corners of the heartless divine king's mouth curled, immediately curling into a mocking sneer. 1,000 years ago, this king indeed heard before that Dragon Emperor Sealing Sky only took in one disciple in his lifetime, called Long Tian. It was said that back then, Long Tian was a divine Tao prodigy rarely seen in 10,000 years, his name spreading throughout the 5 continents. Hoo. It's just a pity that these are all things of the past. Kid, even if you're really Long Tian, do you think that just based on your reputation and deeds, you have the qualifications to have an audience with His Majesty the Dragon Emperor? Ji Tianxing was silent and did not speak, looking at the heartless divine king with furrowed brows. The sneer on the heartless divine king's face became even more pronounced, his tone even more mocking as he said, "No, you don't have the qualifications. Even if you're Dragon Emperor Sealing Sky's disciple, it's also not enough. Kid, you should wake up. Are you still living in the past glory and honor? A divine king with your strength, the dragon realm has a dime a dozen, it's really too sloppy and common. Furthermore, that short-lived master of yours died a sudden death long ago. Without your master's name, who do you think you are?" Suddenly hearing these few sentences, Ji Tianxing's body immediately stiffened. Both eyes narrowed fiercely, his eyes flickering with an awe-inspiring cold light. "What did you say?" "My master what happened to him?" Ji Tianxing's voice was very low and cold. Peng Fei was also filled with humiliation, his face flushed red with anger, both fists clenched until cracking sounds could be heard. The heartless divine king was stunned for a moment, turning his head to look at the 4 high-ranking divine kings. Immediately, the 5 people laughed loudly at the same time, all revealing mocking and disdainful expressions. Ha, this kid's master is dead, everyone in the world knows it. Only him is still in the dark. TSK, your acting is so good. I understand. This brat couldn't take the blow of his master's sudden death and has already lost his mind. Yes. He must be living in a dream, still immersed in the glory of the past and unable to wake up. What a pity. The few god kings laughed heartily and whispered to each other for a while. And the news they revealed was like a bolt from the blue to Ji Tianxing. He had always thought that the master who taught him attentively and devoted his life to him was still the overlord of the Sky Dragon continent, and was now enjoying his old age in the cave. Who would have thought that such a shocking change would occur? Could it be that master has really fallen? This was impossible. He is a peak divine king, born from the heavens, inheriting the ancient era's heavenly dragon king. Who can kill him? Ji Tianxing's expression was extremely ugly. His heart was filled with shock as he roared in disbelief. For a moment, he was unable to accept this news. At this moment, he wished he could immediately return to the Sky Dragon continent and figure out what was going on. When the heartless divine king and the 4 guards saw his appearance, they immediately laughed even more mockingly. Hoo. Brat, woke up from your dream, right? It's time to face the cruel reality. Wake up. Without your master, you're nothing. Alright, everybody, don't waste time with this lunatic anymore. Brat, you successfully amused us. You can get lost now. While mocking, the 4 guards waved their battle halberds, driving Ji Tianxing and Peng Fei away in a rude and unreasonable manner. Peng Fei was humiliated to the extreme, but he could only endure silently and clench his teeth tightly. While Ji Tianxing already could not bear it anymore. You all are bullying people too far. He glared at the heartless divine king and the rest, shouting in a low voice with a ghastly tone. The heartless divine king and the 4 guards were all stunned for a moment, then immediately laughed even more contemptuously. Ha. Did everybody see that? This brat is angry and wants to beat us up. TSK TSK. Lowly as a dog thing also dares to hoot in front of this king? Alright, don't waste time with him. Beat him half to death and throw him out. While talking, the 4 guards took the lead to make a move, brandishing their battle halberds and using divine abilities and secret arts, attacking towards Ji Tianxing. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In a split second, a dazzling divine light lit up. 5 colored spear shadows and divine light blades enveloped Ji Tianxing. Ji Tianxing was unable to restrain his anger. He took out the Burial of Heaven's sword without the slightest hesitation and counterattacked with all his might. Kill! He gave a furious cry, surging killing intent bursting forth from all over his body. The Burial of Heaven's sword in his hand slashed out 100 streaks of resplendent sword light. It was only to hear muffled bangs explode one after another. The divine light blades and spear shadows that filled the sky were immediately shattered into pieces by the sword light. The 4 guards' attacks crumbled. Unfortunately, the sword lights that filled the sky also collapsed. Both sides' first exchange seemed to be evenly matched. The 4 guards were all stunned for a moment, putting away their scornful looks one after another, treating seriously. Heh! Looks like this brat still has some ability. He can actually block our combined attack. Brat, you have the qualifications to die under our halberds. While talking, the 4 guards once again joined forces to attack. This time, they put away their contempt and all exploded forth with full power, using their ultimate killing moves. Meteor Spear. Halberd annihilating starry sky. Chaotic battle of heaven and earth. Following the angry roars, the 4 high-level god kings erupted with earth-shattering auras, using their ultimate divine abilities that could destroy heaven and earth. Dazzling divine light and dazzling shadows once again enveloped the peak of heavenly Crane Mountain, drowning Ji Tianxing and Peng Fei. At the critical moment, Ji Tianxing decisively used his ultimate skill, fighting back with all his might. Celestial dragon tyrant body, he roared angrily, his entire body radiating golden light that soared into the sky, instantly transforming into a 300-meter-tall golden-armored giant. At this moment, his battle prowess skyrocketed by 7 times, and his aura also reached its peak. He held the Burial of Heaven's sword with both hands, slashing out more than 300 heaven-splitting giant swords, attacking the high-level god kings around him. Boom! 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 Another series of earth-shaking noises echoed in the air above the sea of clouds. Divine art light and shadows that filled the sky collided fiercely with the heaven-splitting giant swords, collapsing and shattering at the same time. The 4 high-level god kings' combined attack was resolved by Ji Tianxing once again. Immediately, the 4 god kings' expressions were not too good, all somewhat humiliated and furious. In their eyes, Long Tian, who lost Dragon Emperor sealing heaven's protection, was a lunatic, a good-for-nothing. But reality proved that the 4 of them joining forces could not do anything to Long Tian either. Didn't this mean that they were inferior to even a lunatic and a good-for-nothing? The heartless Divine King was originally watching the battle by the side. Due to his status, he did not have the intention of taking action. In his mind, finishing off a Long Tian whose strength was sloppy and ordinary, the 4 guards were enough. There was no need for him to take action at all. But the result was like this: he lost face too. He immediately roared rather angrily, "A bunch of good-for-nothings, can't even deal with this good-for-nothing? This king will do it." As he said, the heartless Divine King needed divine seals with both hands, displaying vast and boundless divine power, releasing more than 200 kinds of divine Tao laws, turning into a heaven-splitting axe, chopping viciously towards Ji Tianxing. Prepare to die. Book Guest Residence Reading Website. Chapter 3603. For Ji Tianxing to be able to block the encirclement of 4 high divine kings, he was already doing his best. When the heartless Divine King attacked with his full strength, he no longer had any strength left to block or resist. Kaboom! Amidst a deafening loud noise, the sword lights that filled the sky were hacked to pieces. Ji Tianxing's protective divine light was also split apart by the heaven-splitting axe, splashing out divine light fragments that filled the sky. The divine might that could destroy heaven and earth sent him flying, tumbling hundreds of miles away. While he was still in midair, blood was already spurting out of his nose and mouth. The middle-grade king-level armor he was wearing also had a huge crack cut open, divine power leaking out crazily. With just this move, Ji Tianxing was injured by the heartless divine king. The might of the heaven-splitting axe was too terrifying. Just the remnant force of the attack had cleaved the peak of Sky Crane Mountain into two halves, causing dust to fill the sky. Following a muffled rumbling sound, more than half of Heavenly Crane Mountain collapsed on the spot, countless boulders tumbling down. Peng Fei also suffered a calamity, being hit by the aftershock, flying out with heavy injuries. Over a dozen wounds appeared all over his body. Both his arms and left leg were broken. There was even a half-foot-long wound on his chest, deep to the bone, almost injuring his heart. Falling 100 miles away, he was already covered in blood all over, in an extremely wretched state. Fortunately, Ji Tianxing blocked 90% of the power. He was only hit by the aftershock, that was why he was heavily injured. If not for so, he would have long been killed by the heaven-splitting axe, chopped into pieces on the spot. Cough cough, Peng Fei fell into the sea of clouds, his footsteps staggering as he crawled up, coughing loudly, blood spurting out of his nose and mouth continuously. His hair was disheveled, his appearance extremely wretched. But ignoring his injuries, he hurriedly searched for Ji Tianxing's figure. Seeing Ji Tianxing 20 miles to the left, his armor shattered, white robes dyed with blood, his sorry appearance, he could not help feeling grief and indignation. Damn it! Truly, when a tiger goes down to the plains, it's bullied by dogs, when a dragon swims in shallow waters, it's toyed with by shrimps. Peng Fei secretly clenched his fists, gnashing his teeth in hatred, roaring in a hoarse voice. He understood everything that had happened just now. Long Tian was originally the last disciple of Dragon Emperor Feng Tian. His status was noble and his status was extraordinary. Like the heartless divine king and the four guards, they didn't have the qualifications to be mentioned in the same breath as him at all. They had to salute respectfully when they met. However, heaven-sealing Dragon Emperor had already perished. Long Tian's status also plummeted. Thoughtless divine king and the four guards no longer placed him in their eyes. That was why they dared to wantonly taunt and ridicule him. Peng Fei cursed in his heart. These bastards who looked down on others. However, things had developed to this point. The battle had already begun, and there was no room for negotiation. The heartless divine king and the four guards did not give Ji Tianxing a chance to catch his breath at all, immediately pouncing over again. Kill. Go to hell! The four guards roared angrily as they brandished their halberds and swords at the same time. They joined forces to unleash their ultimate killing moves, besieging Ji Tianxing. The overwhelming divine art light and shadows, carrying an unstoppable power, drowned Ji Tianxing and Peng Fei. Kneel down for this seat. The heartless divine king roared angrily too. Both palms were like blades, hacking out two enormous blades that were 100,000 feet long, slashing down from the skies towards Ji Tianxing. Those two enormous blades were resplendent in 7 colors, divine light dazzling to the eye. The power was daunting to the extreme. Places that it passed through, the sky was sliced open, revealing a series of pitch-black void rifts. Furthermore, the two enormous blades locked onto Ji Tianxing's divine soul aura, making him have nowhere to hide. At this critical juncture, Ji Tianxing still had the strength to resist and could think of ways to deal with it. But Peng Fei was seriously injured until he was covered in cuts and bruises. His strength was very weak and did not have the qualifications to evade or block at all. Even if it was just the aftermath of the battle, it could instantly kill him. Forget about the heartless divine king, even those 4 8th-stage realm upper-level divine kings could also easily insta-kill him. Understanding this point, Peng Fei's heart was incomparably sorrowful and indignant. But he was also helpless, his eyes revealing a trace of despair. No choice, the disparity in strength between him and the few divine kings was simply too great. Fortunately, Ji Tianxing also thought of this point. When the divine light that filled the sky and the 2 enormous blades descended, he took out the 9 heavens 10 absolutes pagoda without the slightest hesitation, putting Peng Fei away into the 4th-level space. Swoosh! A white light flashed, and Peng Fei vanished. Ji Tianxing faced the besiegement of 5 divine kings alone. A ghastly cold killing intent flashed across his eyes. He brazenly brandished the burial of Heaven's sword, unleashing his ultimate killing move. Apocalyptic sword. He absorbed the five elements' world power frenziedly, slashing out an enormous sword that was 100,000 feet long, shining with golden light, slashing towards those four upper-level divine kings. Bang! 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 Following a deafening loud bang exploding, the four divine kings' divine art attacks were immediately shattered into dregs by the apocalyptic sword. Immediately after, the apocalyptic sword, whose power was weakened by 40%, hacked fiercely onto two upper-level divine kings again. Rumble. Crack. Following the loud bang and screams, the protective divine light of those two upper-level divine kings was shattered on the spot by the apocalyptic sword. Their divine bodies were also chopped into two by the apocalyptic sword, their heads separated from their bodies. Of course, their divine sparks were intact. It was just that their divine bodies were destroyed. The other two upper-level divine kings were instantly frightened until they trembled, retreating 100 miles with pale faces. And at this time, the two enormous blades that the heartless divine king slashed out ruthlessly struck Ji Tianqing. He did not have time to hide into the divine pagoda, nor did he have time to swing his sword to block before he was sent flying by the two enormous blades. Bang! Bang! With a muffled sound, Ji Tianqing tumbled and fell 300 miles away. When he charged out of the sea of clouds covered in blood, he was already in an extremely wretched state. His chest and back were caved in, his left arm was nearly chopped off, and there was a horrifying wound on his shoulder, revealing pale golden divine bone that kept gushing out divine blood. His internal organs were also shattered from the impact, and his divine power was even more chaotic. After all, the heartless divine king was a 9th-level divine king expert. Of course, his power and means were terrifying. Ji Tianqing was severely injured, and his strength was greatly reduced. He only had 50% of his peak strength left. As for the heartless divine king and the two upper-level divine kings, they were still unharmed. They had personally witnessed the destruction of the other two upper-level divine kings' divine bodies. They were unable to restrain their anger and charged over even more crazily. Long Tian, hand over your life. Little bastard, your death is not to be regretted. Seeing this, Ji Tianqing could only turn and flee. Entering the Xuanji Grotto Heaven and meeting the Golden Origin Dragon Emperor had to be planned at length. Today's grudge could only be avenged another day. Swish. Seeing the heartless divine king and the two upper-level divine kings charging over with murderous intent, Ji Tianqing did not hesitate to teleport thousands of miles away from Sky Crane Mountain. Boom. 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 The attacks of the heartless divine king and the two upper-level divine kings all missed. The sky was filled with divine art radiance and sharp blades that slashed across the sea of clouds, mountains, and rivers. There was a deafening explosion. In the blink of an eye, the mountains and rivers within a few thousand miles were flattened, filling the sky with smoke and dust. Ji Tianqing did not stop. He used all his strength to teleport and flew towards the north. Unfortunately, the heartless divine king was faster than him. In a few breaths, he caught up with him. Die! The heartless divine king roared. He held a king-grade upper-level divine saber with both hands and slashed down. Chapter 3604. Annihilation Chaotic Space Slash. In his rage, the heartless divine king summoned the divine saber that he rarely used and used his ultimate killer move. That blazing white saber beam that was 100,000 feet long contained powerful spatial divine power. It tore through the sky and slashed at Ji Tianqing. The saber beam locked onto Ji Tianqing's divine soul. No matter how he dodged, there was no way he could escape. Even the sky was slashed open by a huge void rift. Even if he escaped to an alternate space, it would be useless. Furthermore, that was a saber beam slashed out by a high-grade king-class divine saber. Its power was terrifying to the extreme. At this very moment, Ji Tianqing's figure was drowned by the resplendent saber beam. His expression and eyes were very solemn. In all seriousness, the heartless divine king's strength was slightly stronger than the Reincarnation Island's Bloodhell Marshal. Back when Ji Tianqing escaped from Reincarnation Island, the Bloodhell Marshal was afraid of harming the spacetime altar. He did not dare to use his full strength and had to suppress his strength. But the current heartless divine king did not have such concerns. In order to kill Ji Tianqing on the spot, he used all his strength and used his trump card. He only wanted to kill him in one strike. At the moment of life and death, Ji Tianqing knew that he was powerless to resist and made a decisive decision. Swoosh! He summoned the 9 Heavens 10 Absolutes Pagoda and entered the Divine Pagoda without hesitation. Almost at the same time he entered the Divine Pagoda, the 100,000-foot saber beam struck the Divine Pagoda. Kaboom! At that instant, an earth-shattering sound suddenly erupted in the sky, reverberating through tens of thousands of miles. The 9 Heavens 10 Absolutes Pagoda was sent flying on the spot, tumbling 1,000 miles away. The Divine Pagoda trembled violently, its surface flashing with a mysterious black light. And the originally calm sky was completely torn apart by the 100,000-foot saber beam, breaking open hundreds of void rifts. Following a series of cracking noises, the sky within a radius of 20,000 miles shattered into pieces. It was like a mirror that was smashed. The space in this region became chaotic, folded, and intertwined. It was taken over by the pitch-black void storm. Naturally, the 9 Heavens 10 Absolutes Pagoda that was sent flying was swallowed by the void storm, disappearing into the endless darkness. The heartless divine king was about to give chase and wanted to wield his blade to kill the divine pagoda. Seeing the divine pagoda being swallowed by the void, he was stunned and frowned. When the 2 high-level god kings saw this scene, they also revealed looks of astonishment and regret. What a pity! That fellow actually managed to escape. There's nothing to feel pity about. He was swallowed up by the void storm and will definitely be torn to shreds by the void storm, dying without a burial place. Even if he is lucky enough to survive, he will be stranded in the endless void. It is no different from being dead. As the 2 high-level god kings discussed, they put away their swords and halberds. Their fighting spirit quickly dissipated. That brat got lucky. Divine King Wuxin snorted coldly. He put away his divine saber with a cold expression and calmed the surging divine power in his body. A moment later, the deafening noise that resounded through the heavens and the divine light that covered the sky gradually dissipated. Under the power of the heavenly Tao laws, the shattered sky gradually recovered to its original state. Everything returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. Only then did the heartless divine king lead the 2 high-level god kings and turn to leave, rushing back to Sky Crane Mountain. When the 3 of them returned to the entrance of Xuanji Grotto Heaven, the 2 high-level god kings who were chopped in 2 were currently groaning in pain and taking divine pills to heal their injuries. The other 2 high-level god kings who were not injured looked at the heartless divine king and asked, "Chief Steward, should we report this matter to His Majesty the Dragon Emperor?" In order to guard the entrance, the 2 of them had their divine bodies destroyed by evil thieves. We should more or less give some compensation and rewards, right? The heartless divine king glanced at the 2 of them and said expressionlessly, "You guys have performed a meritorious service. The rewards that should be given will naturally be given. As for reporting to His Majesty the Dragon Emperor, that is unnecessary. How can we disturb His Majesty the Dragon Emperor for such a small matter?" The 2 high-level god kings also knew that His Majesty the Dragon Emperor was cultivating in seclusion, trying his best to break through to a higher realm. Such an important seclusion definitely could not be disturbed. Clear Sky region was located in the northwest of Starsource continent. This place was a total of 8 regions away from the Divine Star region where Xuanji Grotto Heaven was located. It was currently noon. The scorching sun hung high in the sky, and the world was filled with a scorching aura. Dark Moon Mountain Range in the center of Clear Sky region, under the illumination of the scorching sun, emitted a strong aura of green wood. Faint green clouds rose in the mountain range. Dark Moon Mountain Range was filled with undulating mountain ranges and covered with dark green primeval forests. This place was deserted, but it was filled with divine power. Countless natural treasures grew here, and it was a paradise for billions of demonic beasts. Ordinary people could only move around the periphery of Dark Moon Mountain Range, exploring and searching for treasures. Only experts and powerhouses above Divine Lord Realm dared to enter the depths of the mountain range to search for precious herbs, spirit beasts, and treasures. Right at this moment, the blue sky suddenly shattered, and a huge black hole exploded. Kaboom! Following a loud, crisp explosion, a black shadow that was 100 feet long flew out of the black hole, falling from the sky and smashing into a mountain peak. Kaboom! That black shadow carried a terrifying impact force, collapsing 1,000 feet of mountain peak on the spot, sending dust flying into the sky. The deafening loud noise reverberated endlessly in the mountain range. Violent shockwaves spread out in all directions, turning the 3,000 miles of forest into ruins. Such an astonishing commotion scared the birds and beasts in the surrounding 20,000 miles until they were scared out of their wits, fleeing in a sorry state. After a long time, the smoke and dust in the sky dispersed. Only then could one see a mysterious tower that was pitch black like ink lying in the yellow soil ruins. The divine tower had 9 levels. It was simple and unadorned, flickering with a faint black light. It lay quietly in the ruins, half of it sunk into the soil. After a long time, it still did not move an inch. About 7 minutes later, the divine tower still did not move. But at this time, 4 beams of divine light flew over from the sky, arriving above the ruins as fast as lightning. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The 4 beams of divine light stopped above the ruins. The divine light converged, revealing the silhouettes of 4 demonic beasts. These 4 demonic beasts' appearances were very similar. They were all tall and bloated, and their mouths were abnormally big, looking somewhat ugly. Among them, there were 3 men and 1 woman. The 2 middle-aged men in the lead were both low-rank divine kings. These 2 people were both wearing black-bottomed blood-patterned armor, their entire bodies emitting a brutal aura. The other 2 youths, 1 woman and 1 man, were both high-rank divine Lord Realm strength. They were all wearing fiery red armor, their attitudes respectful toward the 2 black-armored men. They should be disciples or juniors. The 4 people stood in the sky, overlooking the ruins below, their eyes searching all around. Looking at the direction of the commotion just now, it should be here. Strange, just what kind of thing fell from the sky, to actually cause such a huge commotion? Could it be a rare treasure that fell from the sky? Then we're really too lucky. Everyone, quickly look. There seems to be a pagoda in the ruins. The young woman shouted. The other 3 people's eyes immediately lit up, revealing excited and greedy looks. Chapter 3605. There's indeed a pagoda. It's a black pagoda. It's filled with divine energy and looks mysterious. Ha ha ha. God is really looking after us. We can't believe we've encountered a treasure from the heavens. The other 3 followed the young lady's gaze and saw a black pagoda among the ruins. Suddenly, the 3 of them were so excited that their blood was boiling. They had not gotten close to the pagoda and had not examined it carefully to identify its grade. However, all they could think about was the words treasure from the heavens. They thought that a gift from the heavens could not possibly be a defective item. It must be a rare legendary item. Stop daydreaming. Let's go take a look. Yes, let's see what grade the pagoda is. The 2 men in black armor took the lead and landed in the ruins beside the pagoda. The 2 young men quickly followed and surrounded the black pagoda, looking at it with shining eyes. What a mysterious and reserved aura. This is definitely not an ordinary item. This pagoda is not only mysterious but also ancient. It has at least 20 to 30,000 years of history. Could this be a legendary item from the ancient times? Based on my experience and knowledge, this pagoda is at least an upper king grade treasure. Ha ha ha. We're rich now. An upper king grade pagoda. The 4 of them were excited and emotional. The greed and excitement in the eyes of the 2 men in black armor, in particular, was beyond words. As for the 2 young men in the divine sovereign realm, they knew that they were not qualified to get their hands on the pagoda. However, they knew that after the 2 deacons got their hands on the pagoda, they would definitely benefit greatly. With the help of the 2 deacons, their status in the clan would rise and they would be able to get all sorts of benefits. Thinking of this, the 2 young men's regret faded a lot. Wang Chuan, are you sure this pagoda is an upper king grade treasure? The deacon on the left looked at the man in black armor on the right and asked. The man in black armor who was called Wang Chuan patted his chest confidently and said, Captain, don't forget that I'm also good at refining weapons. I know the quality of legendary items very well. When I said that this pagoda is an upper king grade treasure, it was just a conservative estimate. The deacon's eyes widened and he exclaimed in shock, "What? Was it at least a king-level upper grade? Are you saying that this divine pagoda might be a supreme king-level artifact?" Wang Chuan nodded with a smile. Of course there is such a possibility. Once we refine it and return to the star-devouring paradise to study it, we will know the answer. The manager rubbed his hands together excitedly and said impatiently, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's put it away quickly, lest something unexpected happens." Just now, when the divine pagoda descended, it caused a huge commotion. It could be seen from tens of thousands of miles away. If other experts find out about this, it'll cause more trouble. As he spoke, Deacon Changji extended his 3 ugly claws and shot out a dark red bloody light. It wrapped around the pitch-black divine pagoda and was about to put it away. However, the godly tower was embedded into the ground. No matter how hard he tried, it wouldn't budge. "Look at you. You can't even lift a pagoda." The river of forgetfulness sneered in disdain, and also extended 3 claws, releasing a vast blood-red light, wanting to lift up the divine tower. Sadly, the tower remained as steady as Mount Tai and did not react. Wang Chuan was instantly embarrassed, and Changji mocked him mercilessly. The 2 young Sir Gods held back their laughter, and their expressions were mocking. This king doesn't believe it. Come, let's lift it together." Wang Chuan suppressed his anger and called for Changji to help him. The 2 of them used their capturing ability, and the bloody light condensed into a giant beast claw. They grabbed the pitch-black divine tower tightly and tried to lift it up. The awkward situation repeated itself. The pitch-black divine tower still did not budge. Wang Chuan and Changji frowned at the same time. While their expressions were awkward, they also revealed a puzzled look. What's going on? No matter how high the grade of this divine tower is, it's impossible for us to not be able to lift it. I've already checked. There's no ceiling array here, and there's no force restraining it. Could it be that this divine tower is not without an owner, and some expert has already refined it? Just as the 2 of them were frowning and deep in thought, the pitch-black divine tower suddenly disappeared. Swoosh! With a flash of divine light, a dragon youth in a white robe and covered in blood suddenly appeared in the ruins. Changji, Wang Chuan, and the 2 young Sir Gods were shocked. The 4 of them subconsciously drew their swords and sabers. They looked at the dragon youth warily, ready to attack at any time. Without a doubt, this blood-stained youth from the dragon clan with disheveled hair was none other than Ji Tianxing. When the 4 Fae were sizing him up warily, he was also sizing up the crowd and the surrounding situation. His eyes were a little dazed and relieved. Wasn't the divine tower struck into the void by the heartless divine king? Why would I appear here? What are these 4 Fae trying to do? They look so ugly. From their outer appearance, they seem to be from the Daotai race. Ji Tianxing frowned as many thoughts flashed through his mind. Both sides faced each other, maintaining silence and vigilance. Moments later, Ji Tianxing was the first to speak. He asked, "Everyone, where is this place?" Changji and Wang Chuan did not answer. Instead, they looked at each other and saw a strange look in each other's eyes. The next moment, the 2 of them reached a consensus and put away their swords. "This. Young master, may I know how to address you?" Changji looked at Ji Tianxing with a smile. He bowed kindly and greeted him. Wang Chuan glared at the 2 youths and scolded with a stern expression, "What are the 2 of you standing there for? Put away your weapons." "Ah, yes." The 2 youths were stunned for a moment and quickly put away their swords. Seeing that the other party was not hostile and had a gentle and kind attitude, Ji Tianxing said, "I am Long Tian. May I know how to address you? Where is this place?" Wang Chuan quickly cupped his hands and bowed to him. He smiled and said, "So it is Long Tian, young master Long, nice to meet you. I am Deacon Dao Wangchuan of Star-Devouring Grotto Heaven. This is my elder brother, also a deacon. His name is Dao Changji." After saying that, he pointed to the 2 youths and said, "These 2 little fellows are the juniors of my clan. Let's not talk about them." Ji Tianxing nodded slightly. His expression did not change, But he thought to himself, star-devouring grotto heaven? It is indeed the Daotai clan. The Daotai clan was one of the 7 great demon clans. Only the descendants of the 7 great demon clans' bloodline were qualified to occupy a grotto heaven. Other than that, only the top bloodlines of the dragon, phoenix, Chileen, and the top forces of each continent, such as the Dragon Emperor, could occupy a grotto heaven. At this moment, Dao Changji cupped his hands and bowed to Ji Tianxing. He smiled warmly and introduced, "Young Master Long, this is Clear Sky Region's Crescent Moon Mountain range. The 2 of us brought 2 juniors out to do some business. When we passed by, we happened to see a divine item descending from the sky. We rushed over to check the situation. I did not expect to meet young Master Long in this way. We are really fated." Chapter 3606. The 2 sides exchanged a few words and got to know each other. The 2 brothers, Dao Changji and Dao Wangchuan, were quite enthusiastic towards Ji Tianxing. There was even a hint of respect and flattery. Ji Tianxing understood and did not find it strange. After all, he was now a noble member of the Dragon Clan. It was normal for any demon clan to fawn on him. "Young Master Dragon, although it's not convenient for us to ask about what happened to you before. But seeing that you fell from the sky and are covered in blood, you must have been seriously injured. If young Master Dragon doesn't mind, please do us the honor and come back to the star-devouring grotto heaven as a guest." Dao Changji looked at Ji Tianxing eagerly and said in a sincere tone. Dao Wangchuan also quickly nodded and echoed, "Yes, young Master Dragon is seriously injured and is not suitable for traveling. Why don't you go to the star-devouring grotto heaven as a guest and heal your injuries in peace? Our people are the most hospitable and we especially admire and like the Dragon Clan. We will definitely treat young Master Dragon warmly." As soon as these words came out, the 2 young disciples also quickly nodded in agreement. They even bowed and invited Ji Tianxing to be a guest. Star-devouring grotto heaven. Ji Tianxing frowned slightly and thought to himself, although the star-devouring grotto heaven did not have a good reputation in the dragon realm. However, there is a special herb called the star-devouring flower that can only grow in the star-devouring grotto heaven. If I can get a star-devouring flower, I can recover from my injuries in just a few months. Otherwise, I will need at least 7 or 8 years to recover to my peak. Thinking of this, Ji Tianxing nodded and said with a smile, "If I refuse your kind invitation, I will not be giving face to the Daotai clan. Since that's the case, I'll accept your offer." Seeing Ji Tianxing finally nodding, Dao Changji and Dao Wangchuan were pleasantly surprised and thanked him with a smile. "Ha ha! Young Master Dragon is too kind. If the clan leader sees you, he will be very happy. Since ancient times, our star-devouring grotto heaven has been on good terms with the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan has always been our honored guest. It is our honor that young Master Long is willing to visit the star-devouring paradise as a guest." "Thank you very much." Dao Changji and Dao Wangchuan's enthusiastic reactions made the atmosphere very harmonious. A moment later, Dao Wangchuan took the initiative to bring out a scarlet divine ship with a ferocious appearance and brought everyone aboard. Shua! Blood-red divine light flashed as the divine ship carried everyone into the sky and sped towards the north. Within the divine vessel, Dao Wangchuan was in charge of steering the divine vessel. Dao Zhangji and 2 other young men accompanied Ji Tianxing as they drank tea and chatted in the living room. While they were talking, Dao Changji indirectly asked Ji Tianxing what had happened to him and why he was in such a sorry state. It was inconvenient for Ji Tianxing to answer, so he made up a lie and evaded it naturally. Then, the 2 young men asked Ji Tianxing many questions about the Dragon Clan, showing their curiosity and respect for the Dragon Clan. Ji Tianxing chose a few questions to answer and solved the doubts of the 2 young men, causing them to repeatedly thank him. After chatting for a few minutes, they had nothing else to talk about. Dao Zhangji hurriedly said, "Young Master Long, this place is not far from the star-devouring paradise. We can reach it in about a day. You go to the secret chamber to recuperate first. We won't disturb you. When we reach the star-devouring paradise, I'll call you again. How about it?" Ji Tianxing naturally nodded in agreement and thanked him. Then, under Dao Zhangji's lead, he entered a secret chamber. After closing the door of the secret chamber, he took out the divine pagoda and entered the 4th level of the divine pagoda to check on Peng Fei's condition. He found Peng Fei in the middle of the vast sea. Peng Fei was sitting cross-legged in the air above the sea, absorbing the divine power of heaven and earth and taking divine pills to recuperate. His injuries were very serious, and it would be difficult for him to recover without 8 to 10 years. Ji Tianxing checked on his injuries and delayed for an hour to cast a spell to heal him. In this way, Peng Fei's injuries quickly recovered, and he would be fully recovered in 3 to 5 years. Ji Tianxing left him a few divine fruits before leaving the 4th level. Swoosh! Not long after, he returned to the distorted space-time and sat cross-legged under the bloody flame sacred tree to recuperate. His injuries were also very serious, and his strength was reduced to about 50%. Although his recovery ability was very strong, and he had many divine pills and resources to heal his injuries quickly, even so, he would need 3 to 4 years to fully recover. This time, I went to the Xuanji Grotto Heaven. Not only did I not see the Golden Origin Dragon Emperor, but I was also severely injured. I didn't expect the Golden Origin Dragon Emperor's lackey to be so fierce and domineering. Heartless Divine King, I'll remember this. The next time we meet, I'll definitely take your life. And Master, after I recover, I'll make a trip back to the Sky Dragon continent to see if anything happened to Master. Ji Tianxing muttered to himself, hatred and worry flashing in his eyes. After a while, he collected his thoughts and took divine pills and divine fruits to recuperate. At the same time, after Dao Changji had settled Ji Tianxing down, he returned to the living room. 2 young men from the Daotai tribe quickly came up to him and asked, Deacon Changji, are we really going to bring that guy back to the star-devouring grotto heaven? Deacon Changji, does that guy really have the dragon tribe's bloodline? Dao Changji looked at the 2 young men and said with a smile, of course he has the dragon tribe's bloodline. Who else can pretend to be a dragon tribe member? The dragon tribe is the most elite and rare bloodline. We, the Daotai tribe, have always been hospitable and we like these elite bloodlines. It's not easy to meet an injured dragon tribe member. How can we miss this opportunity? When the 2 young men from the Daotai tribe heard this, they vaguely understood what he meant and smiled playfully. That's right. Not only does that guy have the elite dragon tribe bloodline, but he also has a powerful divine pagoda. How can we miss such an honorable person? It's not easy to entertain him outside. Of course, we have to invite him to the star-devouring grotto heaven. When the time comes, the tribe leader and a few elders will definitely treat him well. Dao Changji nodded with a gratified expression and said, the 2 of you have to keep it a secret for now and don't reveal any flaws. Deacon Wangchuan and I will take care of this matter. When it's done in the future, there will be benefits and rewards for both of you. When Deacon Wangchuan and I become rich, we will definitely help both of you. Do you understand? The 2 young men from the Daotai tribe immediately smiled and nodded to show that they understood. After getting Dao Changji's assurance, the 2 of them left with peace of mind and returned to the secret chamber to cultivate. Dao Changji hurried to the cockpit of the divine warship and secretly discussed the plan with Dao Wangchuan. The 2 of them stayed in the cockpit and secretly communicated with each other for a long time before they decided on the next plan. Time passed silently, and a day passed unknowingly. At noon on the 2nd day, the divine warship finally arrived at the star-devouring grotto heaven after crossing mountains and rivers. Chapter 3607. The star-devouring grotto heaven was an alternate dimension attached to the dragon realm. Its entrance was at the bottom of a cliff, in a dark abyss shrouded in clouds and mist. Swoosh! The divine warship entered the dark abyss and arrived at the entrance of the star-devouring grotto heaven. Dao Wangchuan took out a token and cast dozens of divine lights to activate the defensive array at the entrance. Following a flash of divine light, a blazing white spatial gate that was hundreds of meters tall appeared in the darkness. The divine warship passed through the spatial gate and returned to the star-devouring grotto heaven. The star-devouring grotto heaven was different from the other grotto heavens. It was very special. The other grotto heavens often had a radius of 1,000,000 miles. They also had a sun and a moon, forming a world of their own. Inside the grotto heaven, day and night alternated, and the sun and moon rose and set. The star-devouring grotto heaven was only 200,000 miles wide. It was like a huge crystal ball, suspended in the dark starry sky. Looking down, through the thick and transparent spatial barrier, one could see the dazzling dragon realm. It was a super-huge, golden star that was even more dazzling than the sun. If the dragon realm was compared to a mountain, then the star-devouring grotto heaven was a speck of dust, extremely small. Looking up, one could see the boundless starry sky. In the dark, dark starry sky, there were countless specks of starlight, shining with a cold light. Therefore, the star-devouring grotto heaven did not alternate day and night, nor did the sun and moon rise and set. The scene here was unchanged. It was always the dazzling, golden light under one's feet, and the starry sky above one's head, shining with a cold silver light. The special environment created the special force field of the star-devouring grotto heaven. This grotto heaven had absorbed the essence of the stars over the years, devouring the power of billions of stars, causing the grotto heaven to be filled with rich star power. Whether it was on the ground or in the sky, there were specks of silver light floating like billions of fireflies. Those were all specks of light condensed from the star power, and they were very beneficial to cultivators. In addition, the star-devouring grotto heaven was mostly barren mountains and deserts. At a glance, it was desolate, with rocks, gravel, and barren mountains everywhere. There were very few plants here, but there were countless metal veins and divine stones. On the ground under his feet, in the desert and the barren mountains far away, he could see colorful divine stones, ores, and star crystals if he dug a few feet deep. If a race that was good at refining ores and refining divine artifacts occupied this star-devouring paradise, they would definitely be able to refine countless high-grade divine artifacts. But unfortunately, the Doutai clan was greedy, cunning, and tyrannical by nature, and they were most skilled in battle and slaughter. The Doutai clan didn't have much love or talent in the art of crafting. Even though the Doutai clan had been sitting on endless mineral veins and resources for the past 20,000 years, they had tried their best to study the way of refining weapons, but they had not achieved much. After all, not only the Doutai clan, but all the demon clans in the entire dragon realm were not very good at refining weapons, setting up formations, and refining pills. In the eyes of the demons, these were all unorthodox methods. Only those god clans of the god realm were the best at these unorthodox ways. Shua. Dao Wangchuan steered the divine battleship and flew over the wasteland and the desert, heading straight for the depths of the star-devouring grotto heaven. Wherever it passed, strong winds and air currents swept up sand and dust, blowing billions of starlight spots in all directions. After flying for 100,000 miles, the divine battleship arrived at the central region of the star-devouring grotto heaven. There was a wasteland with a radius of 10,000 miles here. The terrain was flat, and it was surrounded by tall barren mountains. The Doutai clan lived here. They had built hundreds of palaces and residences here, scattered on the wasteland. The demon clans were most particular about hierarchy, and they distinguished themselves by bloodline grades and strength realms. Everywhere they went, they showed their superiority and inferiority. More than 600 palaces and residences were scattered haphazardly on the wasteland. In reality, those residences and palaces were divided into 4 layers. In the outermost layer resided the youngest and weakest members of the Doutai clan. In the second circle of residences and houses, the Doutai clansmen with decent strength were living there. These people were the majority. In the third layer resided the deacons, guards, and disciples of the Doutai clan. As for the innermost layer of palaces, they were built to be more majestic and sacred. Those were the residences of the clan leader, priests, and elders. Shua. The divine battleship flew past the outer layer of residences and stopped above the third layer of palaces. Then, the divine battleship landed outside a palace called Wangchuan. Without a doubt, this palace was Deacon Dao Wangchuan's personal residence. The palace was tens of thousands of feet wide, and it was built with black, gold, and blood-red ores. Although this palace also wanted to show off its majesty and grandeur. Unfortunately, the Doutai clan had always been a more boorish and barbaric race, and their aesthetic standards were different from normal people. Even though this palace was very large, it did not feel luxurious or exquisite. Instead, it seemed simple and strange. Seeing the return of the divine battleship, 4 guards wearing dark red armor immediately flew out of the palace to welcome the divine battleship. Shua. With a flash of light, Dao Wangchuan put away the divine battleship. Everyone immediately appeared on the wasteland and stood at the entrance of the palace. The 2 at the front were Ji Tianxing and Peng Fei. Dao Wangchuan and Dao Changji stood at the side, looking like they were accompanying them. The 2 young men of the Dao Tai clan followed behind the 4 of them. They stood quietly and didn't say much. "Welcome back, Lord Deacons." The 4 red-armored guards hurriedly bowed in salute and welcomed Ji Tianxing, Dao Wangchuan, and the rest into the palace. After entering the palace, Dao Wangchuan and Dao Changji exchanged a few pleasantries with Ji Tianxing and briefly introduced the situation of the star-devouring grotto heaven. Of course, the 2 sized up Peng Fei a few times and also asked Ji Tianxing about Peng Fei's identity and background. Ji Tianxing just said casually, Peng Fei was his personal guard. Dao Wangchuan and Dao Changji nodded with a smile and did not say anything. Then, the 2 arranged living quarters and secret rooms for Ji Tianxing and Peng Fei respectively. "Young Master Long, you all rest here for a while first. We just returned and still have to report the situation to the Patriarch and elders. You all don't need to be restrained. Just treat this place as your own home. If you need anything, feel free to instruct the guards. All right, then we won't disturb your rest." Soon, Dao Wangchuan and Dao Changji led everyone and left. Ji Tianxing and Peng Fei stood at the entrance of the 2 secret rooms, watching everyone leave. "Peng Fei, it's good enough for you to stay in the divine pagoda to recuperate. Why stay here?" Originally, Ji Tianxing did not think of bringing Peng Fei along. However, Peng Fei knew that he had entered the star-devouring grotto heaven and did not circulate his energy to recuperate. No matter what, he wanted to follow him. Peng Fei's mood was somewhat excited as he said with a face full of smiles, "Senior, I originally followed you to increase my experience and knowledge. This star-devouring grotto heaven and Dao Tai clan, I've only heard of it before and have never seen it with my own eyes. Now that we're lucky enough to be here, how can I miss this opportunity? I heard that the star-devouring grotto heaven is very mysterious. When we settle down, we must take a good look." Chapter 3608. Peng Fei showed great interest in the star-devouring paradise. If it wasn't for the fact that he had just arrived and didn't have the Dao Tai clan's permission, it wouldn't be convenient for him to wander around. He had long since been unable to restrain his excitement and had spread his wings and run wildly through the star-devouring paradise. Ji Tianxing, on the other hand, was more indifferent. His expression was calm. However, he was also interested in the star-devouring paradise and the Dao Tai clan. However, he was more interested in the star-devouring flower, followed by the mineral veins and divine stones. As for the Dao Tai clan, they were instead ranked at the back. "All right, don't think too much about it. Let's focus on recuperating first." Dao Wangchuan and Dao Zhangji had to report to the Dao Tai clan's patriarch. Not long after, the Dao Tai clan would hold a banquet to welcome us. It won't be too late for us to visit the star-devouring paradise after we meet them and get their approval. Ji Tianxing patted Peng Fei's shoulder, helping him suppress his excitement and joy. After that, the 2 of them entered their respective secret chambers to recuperate. Their injuries were quite serious, and it would be difficult for them to recover in a short time. The star-devouring heavenly abode was relatively calm. Recuperating here would not be disturbed. Ji Tianxing couldn't make up his mind for the time being about how long he should stay here and whether he should wait until his injuries were healed before leaving. Everything still depended on the Dao Tai clan's reaction before making a decision. After Dao Wangchuan and Dao Changji left the palace, they rushed to a certain palace in the innermost circle. Although the 2 of them had told Ji Tianxing that they were going to report the news to the Patriarch, Ji Tianxing didn't know what to do. But in reality, they knew that the Patriarch was cultivating in seclusion, so they didn't even think of reporting to the Patriarch and the High Priest. Not long after, the 2 of them entered a palace called Rongxin. The Dao Tai clan all knew that this was 3rd Elder Dao Rongxin's residence. In a dimly lit secret room, Dao Rongxin, who was dressed in a purple robe and had a head full of crimson red hair, was lying in the middle of a divine formation and cultivating. The Daotai clan's cultivation method was very special. They didn't meditate like the other demon clans. Instead, they cultivated while lying down. It was more convenient for them to absorb the divine power of heaven and earth. Of course, the fastest way for the Daotai clan to increase their strength was to use their innate ability, devouring. Devouring all kinds of cultivation resources, rare natural treasures, powerful bloodlines and treasures, and so on. Greetings, Third Elder. Dao Wangchuan and Dao Changji entered the secret chamber and stood side by side, bowing to the Third Elder. The Third Elder temporarily stopped his cultivation. He opened his dark red eyes and glanced at the two of them. Have you finished the task I assigned to you? The Third Elder asked in an indifferent tone. Dao Zhangji hurriedly replied, reporting to Third Elder, it's already done. Moreover, it's done in secret. All the survivors in that ancient town have been killed, and the news will definitely not spread out. No one will be able to guess that we did it. The Third Elder nodded slightly and said in a dignified tone, remember in the future, you must be careful and meticulous when doing things. You must not leave behind any future troubles or weaknesses that can be used against you. Dao Wangchuan and Dao Changji hurriedly bowed and saluted, saying in unison, we will follow Third Elder's teachings. The Third Elder closed his eyes and waved his sharp claws. If there's nothing else, you may leave. Dao Wangchuan hurriedly stepped forward and said in a low voice, Third Elder, we still have a piece of good news to tell you. The Third Elder's interest was immediately piqued. He looked at him with shining eyes and asked, what good news? Tell me about it. Dao Wangchuan revealed a face full of smiles and said in a playful tone, when we finished our task and returned to the star-devouring paradise, we encountered a strange treasure that fell from the sky in the Crescent Moon mountain range. At that time, a pitch-black divine pagoda fell from the sky and smashed into the mountain range, turning the surrounding thousands of miles into ruins. We hurriedly rushed over to check and found that mysterious black pagoda. Not only was its grade very high, its origin was also very mysterious. Based on this disciple's experience, a conservative estimate of that divine pagoda was also a high-grade king grade. The two of us joined hands, but we were unable to move it. Suddenly, the divine pagoda disappeared and a young man from the dragon clan appeared. Dao Zhangji timely took over the topic and introduced, that young man from the dragon clan was also a god king expert. He seemed to be a middle-level god king. We were not his match. However, he suffered heavy injuries and is now in a weak state. He also brought along a bodyguard with him. That was a young man from the great golden-winged rock clan. He was an 8th-level god monarch. After listening to the two's report, the Third Elder's eyes immediately lit up. His eyes were bloodthirsty as he licked the corner of his mouth. Ha ha ha, it is indeed good news. The two of you are so lucky that you could even encounter such a thing. What about that young man from the Dragon Clan and the Golden Rock? Did you capture them back? Dao Wangchuan hurriedly explained, that young man from the Dragon Clan has a mysterious origin. He is very powerful and also has the mysterious Black Pagoda. He is definitely not someone to be trifled with. The two of us did not dare to act rashly and alert the enemy. We did not dare to reveal any flaws, so we thought of a way to trick him back. Just now, I arranged for them to stay in my Wangchuan palace. They are circulating their energy in the secret room to recuperate. That's great. The Third Elder became more and more excited. He nodded with a face full of praise and said, very good, the two of you have done very well. Dao Wangchuan and Dao Zhangji were very happy and hurriedly flattered. The Third Elder looked at the two of them with a smile and said slowly, that young man from the Dragon Clan and the Golden Rock are already lambs waiting to be slaughtered. The two of you did not have the ability to deal with them, so you came to find me. You are really smart. However, I am still very gratified. At least I did not guide you in vain all these years. Say, how do you want to split it? Dao Zhangji said with a smile, this is up to you to decide. I believe that you will not treat us unfairly. The Third Elder did not beat around the bush and said straightforwardly, then I want 40%, and the two of you get 30% each. How about it? This. Dao Wangchuan and Dao Zhangji instantly hesitated, looking like they wanted to say something but stopped. The third elder frowned unhappily and said with a cold smile, "What? You think I want too much? Don't forget, if I don't act, you don't have the ability to deal with him. Moreover, if you ask the other elders for help, I'm afraid you won't even get 30%. If the patriarch finds out, don't even think about getting a strand of hair." Dao Wangchuan and Dao Zhangji hurriedly waved their hands and explained, "Third elder, we didn't mean that. You misunderstood. Right, we don't think you want too much, but we still have to call fourth elder. We have to leave him a share of the benefits." The third elder frowned even more and asked in confusion, "What do the two of you mean? Could it be that you think I can't deal with that brat?" Dao Wangchuan and Dao Zhangji looked at each other, revealing a helpless look. After hesitating for a moment, the two of them opened their mouths to explain. "Third elder, that brat is indeed not an ordinary divine king. You can tell just by looking at his bearing and the way he talks. Third elder, we have to keep this matter a secret. We have to succeed in one go. We absolutely cannot fail. Otherwise, others will know. To be on the safe side, you had better call fourth elder. This way, we will have absolute confidence." The third elder immediately fell silent. After hesitating and weighing the pros and cons for a moment, he nodded and agreed. Chapter 3609. Peng Fei was not on guard at all. After entering the secret chamber, he focused on healing his injuries. Ji Tianxing, on the other hand, was different. He was more cautious. 1,000 years ago, when he was in the Dragon Realm, he had never come into contact with the Daotai clan, but he had heard discussions about the Daotai clan. In general, the Daotai clan's reputation was not too good. Greed, cunning, and tyranny were synonymous with the Daotai clan. Although Dao Wangchuan and Dao Changji were very friendly, warm, and respectful to him, he did not believe them. He did not completely trust these two people. Especially after entering the star-devouring grotto heaven, he vaguely felt that the Daotai clan's atmosphere was a little uncomfortable. This kind of discomfort, he could not pinpoint the specific reason, but there were always some clues. For example, those two Daotai clan youths and the 4 guards of the Forgotten River Palace, their gazes were a little strange. Although he could not pinpoint what was strange, he kept feeling that those 6 people were not as warm as Dao Wangchuan and Dao Changji. Moreover, Dao Wangchuan and Dao Changji's warmth and friendliness could also be faked. With such thoughts, Ji Tianxing healed his injuries in the distorted spacetime for a few days, then exited the distorted spacetime. Swoosh! He returned to the dimly lit secret chamber and released his divine sense to extend outwards, secretly observing the situation of the Forgotten River Palace and the entire Daotai clan. Although the secret chamber was set up with a divine array that could isolate sound, divine power waves, and prevent divine sense from probing, the divine array's grade was not very high. However, the grade of the divine array was not high. To Ji Tianxing, it was useless. He quickly saw the situation of the Forgotten River Palace clearly and instantly frowned, revealing a puzzled expression. Those 4 guards in red armor were guarding outside his and Peng Fei's secret chamber. In addition, there were 8 more Divine Lord Realm guards inside and outside the Forgotten River Palace, all vigilantly guarding the various important passages. There were originally only 4 guards in the palace. Why are there 8 more guards? What is Dao Wangchuan doing? It shouldn't be to protect us, right? Could it be to monitor and put us under house arrest? Ji Tianxing became suspicious and decided to test it out later. He released his divine sense again, extending it in all directions, secretly probing a radius of 10,000 miles. Almost all the members of the Daotai clan lived in the barren desert within 10,000 miles. There were more than 600 palaces and residences in this area, and more than 6,000 people lived there. All of them were from the Daotai race. Of course, the vast majority of the Daotai clansmen were in the outer circle, and they only had the strength of true gods and celestial deities. Those able to live 2 laps inside basically all had Divine Lord Realm strength. They were either the young experts of the Daotai clan who focused on nurturing them, or they were guards. And in the dozen or so palaces in the innermost circle, there were divine king powerhouses residing there, a total of over 40 people. Among them, there were over 20 lower god kings, 12 middle god kings, and 8 high god kings. The strongest experts were the two ninth-stage realm god kings, and they lived in the most sacred and dignified palace in the middle. Ji Tianxing guessed that those two should be the Daotai race's patriarch and deputy patriarch. They could also be the high priest. The strength of the Daotai clan cannot be underestimated. They are much stronger than those ancient clans in the divine world. This thought flashed past Ji Tianxing's mind. At the same time, he also confirmed that if he fell out with the Daotai clan, he would basically be unable to shake off the siege of the Daotai clan, and it would be very difficult to escape from the star-devouring grotto heaven. Thinking of this, he suddenly had a feeling of a sheep entering a wolf's den. But before he verified the Daotai clan's attitude, he did not panic. Let's test it out first. Making up his mind, Ji Tianxing got up and left the secret chamber, heading outside. The two guards guarding the secret chamber's entrance hurriedly bowed when they saw him coming out. Greetings to young Master Long. Seeing Ji Tianxing walking outside, the two guards hurriedly stretched out their hands to stop him and asked, "Young Master Long, where are you going?" Ji Tianxing pretended not to know and casually replied, "I'm going outside to take a walk and take a look at the scenery." One of the guards hurriedly dissuaded, "Young Master Long, Master instructed that you are seriously injured and should stay in the secret chamber to recuperate in peace. Don't walk around casually." The other guard also nodded in agreement and said, "Young Master Long, you should circulate your energy to heal first. Master is currently reporting the situation to the clan leader. Later, our clan will entertain you with great hospitality. Please wait patiently." Ji Tianxing frowned and said indifferently, "I won't leave the Wangchuan palace. I'll just walk around the palace." Unfortunately, the two guards still stopped him and insisted on not letting him leave. "Young Master Long, we are only guards. We can't make the decision. Young Master Long, please return to the secret chamber to heal. Don't make it difficult for us." Seeing the two guards' firm attitude, Ji Tianxing's eyes flashed with a trace of haze. He did not say anything else and turned to return to the secret chamber, closing the secret chamber's stone door. The two guards heaved a sigh of relief and guarded the secret chamber's entrance again, remaining silent like statues. Ji Tianxing realized that the situation was not right, so he secretly sent a voice transmission to Peng Fei, asking him to test it out. Peng Fei did not understand the situation, so he hurriedly ended his cultivation and tried to leave the secret chamber to take a walk outside. In the end, he was also stopped by the two guards guarding the secret chamber's entrance and was persuaded to go back. Peng Fei was full of gloominess and secretly sent a voice transmission to ask Ji Tianxing, what was going on here? Ji Tianxing did not say anything. He just urged him not to think too much and continue revolving his energy to heal his injuries. He secretly released his divine sense again to investigate the Daotai clan's situation. At the same time, his divine sense searched everywhere for traces of Dao Wangchuan and Dao Zhangji. He wanted to see what on earth those two fellows were doing. Did they report the situation to the Daotai clan leader? As a result, after 15 minutes, he indeed found traces of Dao Wangchuan and Dao Zhangji. Those two fellows walked out of a palace called Rongxin, a satisfied smile hanging on their faces. The two people were talking and laughing along the way. Clearly, their moods were excellent, as if they were looking forward to something very much. But the two of them were communicating via voice transmission in secret. Ji Tianxing could not detect what the two of them were talking about either. After leaving the Rongxin Palace, Dao Wangchuan and Dao Zhangji returned to their respective residences, and there was no more news. Dao Wangchuan returned to the Wangchuan Palace and did not come to disturb Ji Tianxing and Peng Fei. Instead, he inquired about the situation from the guards. Knowing that Ji Tianxing and Peng Fei both attempted to go out but were stopped by the guards, Dao Wangchuan furrowed his brows, a hint of doubt flashing across his eyes. Although he did not say anything, his subtle expression changes were all seen by Ji Tianxing. After a moment, Dao Wangchuan gave a few instructions to the guards and returned to his room to rest. Ji Tianxing also withdrew his divine sense and no longer probed the situation outside. He hurriedly entered the 9 Heavens 10 Absolute Pagoda's distorted spacetime and started revolving his energy to heal his injuries. Looking at the current situation, Dao Wangchuan and Dao Zhangji's kindness and enthusiasm are all fake. They are most likely plotting something sinister, wanting to make a move against me and Peng Fei. We can't sit and wait for death. We must immediately think of ways to treat our injuries and recover our strength. These thoughts flashed across Ji Tianxing's mind, his expression and gaze both somewhat solemn. He hurriedly took out several dozen divine fruits, king-level divine pills, as well as source stones piled up like a mountain, and started revolving his energy to devour and refine. Chapter 36:10. If it was in the past, Ji Tianxing would have to cultivate in seclusion for at least a few decades to consume so many divine fruits, divine pills, and origin stones. The value of these things added up to more than 10 billion. But now, Ji Tianxing had to consume and refine all of them in just a few days. Not to increase his strength, but to recover his injuries and strength as soon as possible. Because he knew that he did not have much time left. Dao Wangchuan and Dao Changji would definitely take action in a few days or a few hours. Even if he could stall for time, it would only be a day or two. Fortunately, he had the Jiutian 10 Absolutes Tower. The flow of time in the distorted space was 50 times faster than the outside world. If he could stall for a day, he could cultivate in seclusion in the distorted space for 50 days. Thinking of this, he still had a high chance of recovering his injuries and strength. Swoosh! Ji Tianxing sat cross-legged under the blood-flame sacred tree. He activated the power of the heaven-mending orb with both hands and shot out 2 white light vortexes. The hundreds of divine fruits and king-grade divine pills in front of him were instantly swallowed by the 2 white light vortexes. They turned into endless divine power and entered his body. With the help of the heaven-mending orb, the vast divine power and medicinal power filled his limbs and bones, violently washing over his divine body. Healing was a long and gentle process. It had to be as silent as the spring rain. Only in this way could his injuries be healed and not damage his divine path foundation. For someone like Ji Tianxing, who healed his injuries so quickly and violently, it would cause great damage to his body. Although his injuries were quickly healing, they were being repaired by divine power and medicinal power. But he was enduring great pain at all times. It was also a great test of his willpower. If it were an ordinary divine king, he would have been unable to bear it. However, Ji Tianxing clenched his teeth and persisted without saying a word. Time passed quietly. His face was pale, and his body swelled as if there were countless pearls rolling in his flesh. The indescribable pain made him break out in a cold sweat. His hair and white robe were soaked. As day after day passed, his internal and external injuries were quickly healed. After the external injuries, bones, and meridians recovered, the internal organs also began to heal. 10 days later, the injuries to Huang Xiaolong's 5 viscera and 6 bowels were completely healed. His godhead started to recover under the cleansing of god force and medicinal efficacies. At this moment, the 2 white vortexes in Ji Tianxing's palms began to devour the mountainous pile of origin stones. In just 5 days, he had devoured a total of 8 million origin stones. His divine soul had recovered by 80%, and his godhead was in perfect condition. He did not continue to heal himself. Instead, he refined the remaining divine power to recover his strength. 50%, 60%, 70%. 25 days later, the energy of the divine fruits, divine pills, and dawnstones were all used up. Ji Tianxing had also recovered 80% of his strength. At this moment, he seemed to have fully recovered and looked no different from when he was at his peak. At the very least, no one could tell that he was injured. Originally, Ji Tianxing wanted to continue devouring cultivation resources to restore his power to 100%. Unfortunately, Dao Wangchuan and Dao Changji did not give him this chance. Ji Tianxing had been recuperating in the distorted spacetime for 25 days, but only half a day had passed in the outside world. In other words, it would take 12 hours. Of course, the star-devouring grotto heaven was always the same. There was no distinction between day and night. Under normal circumstances, this was actually just a night's time. Thump, thump, thump. The secret chamber's stone door was knocked until it trembled, emitting a dull sound. Clearly, someone was knocking on the door of the secret chamber. After more than 10 dull sounds, seeing that there was no response from the secret chamber and that Ji Tianxing had not appeared, the person outside the door shouted, young Master Long, quickly come out. We have something important to tell you. Ji Tianxing was awakened. He had no choice but to leave the distorted spacetime and return to the secret chamber. Then, he put away the 9 Heavens 10 Absolutes pagoda and opened the secret chamber's door. What he saw was Dao Wangchuan and Dao Changji. On both sides of the secret chamber's door were 2 guards in red armor. Behind Dao Wangchuan, Peng Fei was frowning and standing expressionlessly. Clearly, he was first awakened by Dao Wangchuan and Dao Changji. What's the matter? Ji Tianxing looked at Dao Wangchuan and Dao Changji and asked with a displeased expression. Since he guessed that the other party had ulterior motives, he did not have a good expression. But Dao Wangchuan and Dao Changji still pretended to be warm and hospitable, with kind smiles on their faces. Young Master Long, you have also rested for a day. Yesterday, we reported this matter to the elders in the clan. The 2 elders have expressed their welcome for your arrival and have already come to Wangchuan Palace to personally visit you. Dao Wangchuan explained with a face full of smiles. Ji Tianxing frowned and asked knowingly, didn't you say yesterday that you were going to report the situation to the clan leader? Dao Changji hurriedly explained, sigh. Unfortunately, we came back at the wrong time. The clan leader is cultivating in seclusion, and it is inconvenient for us to disturb. But don't worry, young Master Long, it is the same for the 2 elders to receive you. When the clan leader comes out of seclusion, we will definitely report at the first moment. Ji Tianxing did not pursue the matter and nodded slightly, saying, then what about the 2 elders? Let's go over and take a look. Dao Wangchuan hurriedly reached his hand out and made a pleased gesture, saying with a smile, the 2 elders came long ago and are currently waiting for you in the drawing room. Finished talking, he and Dao Changji brought Ji Tianxing and Peng Fei and walked towards the drawing room of the palace. Along the way, Ji Tianxing did not bat an eyelid on the surface, secretly using divine sense to observe the situation. It was only to see 2 middle-aged men of the Daotai clan currently sitting in the drawing room grandly, secretly transmitting voice and joking. In addition, there were another 8 divine Lord Realm guards in Wangchuan Palace. The number of red-armored guards already reached 20. Most importantly, Ji Tianxing faintly detected that Wangchuan Palace was enveloped by an invisible divine array. That high-grade king-level divine array sealed off Wangchuan Palace, covering everything in the palace. Regardless of whether it was the sounds, sights, or divine power undulations in the palace, it would all not be detected by people outside. This was too wrong. One could even say that this was also too obvious. Ji Tianxing immediately realized that his guess was correct. Dao Wangchuan and Dao Changji hid daggers behind smiles. They absolutely did not have good intentions. And today, it should be the time when the map was unrolled and the dagger revealed. Before long, everyone entered a spacious, brightly lit drawing room. 2 elders dressed in purple robes still sat at the head of the table with casual postures, sizing up Ji Tianxing and Peng Fei from a high position. Although the 2 of them had smiles on their faces, their gazes were somewhat strange. It seemed to be a little bright and hot, faintly revealing a hint of greed. 3rd elder, 4th elder, these 2 are Sir Long, and also his guard, Peng Fei. Upon entering the drawing room, Dao Wangchuan took the initiative to introduce to the 2 elders. The 2 elders nodded their heads with smiles, both ignoring Peng Fei, their gazes gathered on Ji Tianxing. Who, indeed dragon race bloodline. Furthermore, so young, truly great. Our time has come, hey, book guesthouse reading website. Chapter 3611. The 2 elders' attitudes were very strange. There was no respect or politeness that should be shown to a distinguished guest. They didn't even bother to greet him. They didn't even have the intention to get up from their chairs. Just like that, he sized up Ji Tianxing with a burning gaze, commenting on him from head to toe. It was as if they were evaluating goods. This kind of feeling made people feel very uncomfortable, even disgusted. Ji Tianxing didn't open his mouth to speak. He was secretly observing the 2 elders' strength, as well as checking the situation of Wangchuan Palace's defenses. He was already calculating in his mind how he could gain the upper hand in the fight later. Peng Fei couldn't hold back his anger. He glared at the 2 elders and asked in a resentful tone, previously, Dao Wangchuan and Dao Changji said that the Daotai clan is the most hospitable. I didn't expect that this is how you treat distinguished guests. The two elders were stunned, as if they didn't expect Peng Fei to be so daring. Dao Wangchuan and Dao Changji instantly frowned. The smiles on their faces disappeared. They looked at Peng Fei with gloomy eyes. The corners of their mouths curled into a mocking sneer. They were about to say something to mock him. At this time, fourth elder Dao Yuxing took the initiative to ask Ji Tianxing, "Little guy, I heard that your previous self was seriously injured and stayed in a divine pagoda. You fell from the sky and landed in Dark Moon Mountain Range. What is going on? Who beat you up so badly? Where did you come from?" Ji Tianxing looked askance at him. He sneered in a mocking tone, "What? Dao Wangchuan and Dao Changji didn't report to you in detail about this prince's situation? You're asking this now because you want to find out about this prince's origins and background. Are you considering whether or not you'll be retaliated against?" Dao Yuxing's expression instantly stiffened. His eyes were sharp, and he asked in an icy tone, "Little guy, what do you mean?" Ji Tianxing sneered, "All right, don't pretend to be confused. Everyone is well aware of what you want to do. Since you're already prepared to make your move, what are you still being long-winded for?" Suddenly hearing this, not only were the two elders shocked, Dao Wangchuan and Dao Changji were also stunned. How did he know? We've always performed impeccably and didn't reveal any flaws. The two of them looked at each other in shock and confusion. As for the two elders, they quickly regained their senses. Since they had already shed all pretense of cordiality, the two of them did not need to pretend anymore. They might as well reveal their true colors. "Heh heh heh. Kid, I thought I could deceive you and let you die without knowing anything. I didn't expect that we would underestimate you and be discovered by you in advance. However, even if you see through our scheme, it's useless. You've already fallen into a tight encirclement and can't escape even if you have wings." Third elder Dao Rongxin stood up and said with a cold smile. After saying that, he even clapped his hands. Immediately, the 20 red-armored guards who were lying in ambush all over the palace immediately surrounded the spacious living room. Every guard was wearing armor and wielding a sword. They stared murderously at Ji Tianxing and Peng Fei, ready to attack at any time. Fourth elder Dao Yuxing also sneered, "Long Tian, since you already know our objective, then you should also understand that we are determined to win. Don't try to resist in vain. Obediently hand over that divine pagoda and wait for us to deal with you. You can still die a little faster." Indeed, the dagger was revealed when the map was unrolled. The atmosphere in the hall instantly became hostile and filled with murderous intent. Peng Fei gnashed his teeth in hatred. His two fists were clenched until creaking sounds could be heard. He also took out two golden blades that were as thin as cicadas' wings. He stared at everyone with full vigilance, ready to counterattack at any time. But Ji Tianxing was calm and composed. He did not panic or worry in the slightest. He looked at the two elders and opened his mouth to ask, "Other than snatching this king's divine pagoda, how do you plan to deal with this king and Peng Fei?" The two elders frowned and were unwilling to answer. Dao Wangchuan sneered and said, "Kid, is there a need to ask this now?" Dao Zhangji sneered mockingly and said, "You're going to die soon anyway. Why are you still asking this nonsense? Why do you care how we deal with it?" Ji Tianxing was not angry either. Ignoring the two of them, he looked straight at the two elders and said, "Since you guys are full of confidence and determined to get it, then what else do you not dare to say? This king just wants to know, as one of the demon race's 7 great aristocratic families, how dare the Daotai clan conspire to kill the dragon race bloodline?" Third elder Dao Rongxin frowned fiercely and sneered disdainfully, "Kid, looks like you're very satisfied with your dragon race identity. Because of this, you're very confident and arrogant. Do you think that by relying on your dragon race identity, you'll receive respect and flattery wherever you go in the dragon realm? Ha ha ha. It's indeed like this among those lowly races. They'll all curry favor with and curry favor with you. But it won't work in our Daotai clan." Fourth elder Dao Yuxing stood up and continued, "Ha ha ha ha. There's a very ancient saying. You might not have heard it before. In the eyes of our Daotai clan, there's no distinction between high and low in all things in the world. To us, all things are our food. Even the publicly acknowledged most noble dragons, phoenixes, and killins are also similarly food. The only difference is that some foods can bring us enormous benefits. And some trash, inferior food, can only become disgusting excrement, completely worthless. Hearing up to here, Ji Tianxing already understood their scheme and intentions. I've long heard that the Daotai clan is greedy, cunning, and tyrannical. Now it seems like it's true. Not only do you want to snatch this king's divine pagoda, you also want to devour this king's dragon race bloodline and Peng Fei's golden-winged great rock bloodline. Ha ha ha. You're really audacious. Aren't you afraid of sowing deep hatred with the dragon race and golden rock race because of this, suffering the revenge of the dragon race and golden rock race? Third Elder Dao Rongxin immediately raised his head and laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha. You've already fallen into a tight encirclement and can't escape. You can't even send out a single communication jade slip. What is this king afraid of? You want to send a message to the dragon race and golden rock race for help, but is that useful? Dao Wangchuan and Dao Changji also laughed crazily. Filled with excitement, they roared, "Accept your fate. Don't try to resist in vain, obediently accept your death." What bullshit dragon race and golden rock race? Only our Daotai clan is the strongest race in the world. Seeing that their emotions were stirred up, they were about to start fighting very soon. Ji Tianxing asked expressionlessly, "One last question. Is this your scheme, or was it ordered by the Daotai clan leader?" Third Elder Dao Rongxin sneered mockingly, "Haha. The clan leader is currently cultivating in seclusion. He doesn't know about this at all. Moreover, this is our idea. How could we let the clan leader know? After all, our Daotai clan is famous for our hospitality. Every race in the dragon realm knows about it. If it weren't for your dragon race bloodline and divine pagoda being too attractive, we wouldn't have been so ruthless." Ji Tianxing nodded slightly and sneered, "Since that's the case, then let's do it." As he said that, he took out the sword of burial of heaven. His entire body lit up with a sacred golden light. Divine power was also rapidly accumulating in his body. In the blink of an eye, his aura rose to the peak. It was as if he was a completely different person. He changed his previous weak and gentle attitude. He became sacred, majestic, violent, and domineering. Chapter 36:12. Seeing Ji Tianxing's awe-inspiring and murderous appearance, the two elders, Dao Wangchuan and Dao Changji, were all stunned for a moment. This scene was different from what they had expected. They originally thought that after shedding all pretenses and revealing his true colors, Ji Tianxing would definitely be at a loss out of fear, worried and anxious. After all, they had 4 divine king powerhouses and 20 divine lord realm guards. While Ji Tianxing and Peng Fei, one was a middle-level divine king, the other a high-level divine lord. Both parties' numbers and strength disparity was too great. There was no comparison at all. Ji Tianxing would definitely surrender and admit defeat, begging them to show mercy, but they never would have thought that not only was Ji Tianxing not worried and anxious, he was even brimming with confidence and took the initiative to attack. This was too inconceivable. Humph, still putting on airs when death is at hand. After coming back to his senses, Dao Rongxin gave a cold snort disdainfully, his words filled with contempt. Dao Yuxing also came back to his senses, revealing a cold smile full of contempt. Waving his hand, he ordered, "Attack together, kill the 2 of them." Following his voice, the 20 guards around the hall brandished their blades and swords one after another, charging towards Peng Fei. While Dao Wangchuan, Dao Changji, Dao Rongxin, and Dao Yuxing, the 4 of them, attacked Ji Tianxing with all their might, unleashing all kinds of ultimate killing moves. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. In a split second, dazzling divine art light covered the sky, scattering towards Ji Tianxing and Peng Fei like a torrential downpour. Being enveloped by the divine light that filled the sky, Ji Tianxing and Peng Fei both had solemn expressions. Especially Peng Fei, he was even more indescribably sorrowful and indignant, a thick look of despair pouring out of his eyes. Those 20 guards wearing red armor, their strength was around the same as his. 20 people joining hands to besiege him, his outcome could be imagined: bang, bang, bang. A series of muffled sounds exploded, reverberating endlessly in the palace. The divine art attack that Peng Fei cast was instantly shattered into fragments that filled the sky. Immediately after, his divine power shield and the armor he was wearing were all shattered, splattering out countless fragments. He was bombarded until he was covered in wounds all over, flying out tumbling. His person was still in midair, but blood already scattered all over the sky. Plop! Peng Fei flew back hundreds of meters, smashing through the wall of the living room and falling into the ruins. The entire wall was smashed into smithereens. Countless pieces of bricks and stones rained down, burying him. The violent and devastating shockwave spread out in all directions, shattering the entire hall and causing it to collapse. Ji Tianqing's situation was still fine. Relying on his divine technique, he was able to block the joint attack of the 4 divine kings. Moreover, he was not at a disadvantage at all. While he was not injured, he had also injured Dao Changji and Dao Wangchuan. But Peng Fei's situation was too miserable. He was no match for the 20 guards and was severely injured in one move. He had not recovered from his injuries yet, and now he was severely injured. His divine body was almost destroyed. With such terrible injuries, he would need at least 10 years of seclusion to recover. Most importantly, this was only the beginning of the war. The 20 Sir Gods didn't stop as they pounced over with murderous intent. They waved their swords and sabers, ignoring the falling pieces of bricks and stones. They all used their most powerful killing moves, wanting to kill Peng Fei in one move. Peng Fei could not resist at all, nor could he counterattack. He could only watch as the divine technique light expanded in front of him and was about to drown him. In at most one breath's time, he would be smashed into smithereens and vanish. At this moment, his heart was filled with endless sorrow and regret. Ha ha ha. I am still too young. In the past, I stayed in the 9 mystical grotto heaven and didn't know the dangers of the outside world. Even when I left the 9 mystical grotto heaven and wandered alone outside, Master and Uncle Master took care of me in secret. Now that I have followed Senior Long Tian and wandered outside, I know how sinister people can be. Peng Fei really regretted it. If he could do it all over again and make a choice again, he would definitely not leave the 9 mystical grotto heaven. He would definitely follow the teachings of the elders in his clan and cultivate to the divine king realm before venturing outside. But unfortunately, it was useless no matter how much he regretted it. Death was about to befall him. Peng Fei closed his eyes and waited for death. However, right at this critical moment, something unexpected happened. His eyes blurred, and divine light flashed in front of him. Suddenly, 3 figures appeared out of thin air. Swoosh, swoosh. The one in the lead was a skinny, white-haired man from the Phoenix race. As for the other 2 people, one was a divine race man in green robes, and the other was a 100-meter-tall giant with a body like stone. These 3 people had different appearances, but their strength was very formidable. They emitted the aura of powerhouses exclusive to divine kings. Peng Fei was stunned. He stared at the 3 divine kings, dumbfounded, not knowing what to do. These 3 divine king powerhouses were precisely Bai Feng, Chao Qingyu, and Yank. They were originally cultivating in seclusion in the divine pagoda and only appeared to save Peng Fei when they obeyed Ji Tianqing's summons and orders. Seeing the attacks of the 20 guards descending from the sky, Bai Feng waved her palms expressionlessly, sending out palm shadows that filled the sky. Only to hear muffled bangs explode one after another. The divine technique shadows that filled the sky collapsed on the spot, splashing out countless divine light shards. Bai Feng only used one move and disintegrated the encirclement of the 20 guards. Chao Qingyu and Yank seized the opportunity to counterattack, stabbing out several hundred streaks of resplendent sword light and firing out 6 fist shadows that were as large as mountains. Swoosh, 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 rumble. A horrifying scene appeared. Places where the several hundred streaks of sword light passed, the 20 guards were engulfed by the sword light, turning into smithereens on the spot, exploding into countless pieces of flesh and blood. And those 6 massive fist shadows descended right after, blasting all the survivors into dregs. Amidst an earth-shaking loud bang, the 20 guards were insta-killed on the spot, not even leaving behind a corpse. Not only were their divine bodies destroyed, even their divine personas were blasted into smithereens too. Peng Fei witnessed all of this with his own eyes and was immediately shocked to the extreme. Both eyes opened wide, his eyes filled with astonishment and reverence. Although he did not know these three divine king powerhouses in front of him, but with his intelligence and wisdom, it was not hard to guess that these three divine kings were definitely related to Senior Long Tian. On the other side, Dao Wangchuan, Dao Zhangji, Dao Rongxin, and Dao Yuxing, the four people, had already besieged Ji Tianqing for 3 moves. Unfortunately, they were unable to breach Ji Tianqing's defenses from start to end, and did not harm Ji Tianqing at all. Instead, it was Ji Tianqing who executed his divine ability ultimate skill, taking advantage of the situation to insta-kill Dao Wangchuan. Dao Wangchuan's head was separated from his body, his divine persona also disintegrated, turning into over a dozen fragments, scattering in the ruins. The 3 lucky survivors were very alarmed and terrified. Witnessing Bai Feng and the rest insta-killing the 20 guards with their own eyes, they immediately turned pale with fright, letting out a series of cries of shock. Who are these 3 fellows? Damn it! They actually killed all 20 guards. Definitely Long Tian's helpers. Too despicable. This guy actually brought along Divine King Realm Guards with him. Dao Rongxin trio was not stupid and could immediately conclude that Bai Feng, Chao Qingyu, and Yank were definitely Ji Tianqing's guards. Although they were also very shocked and felt that it was inconceivable. How could a mere middle-level Divine King Long Tian have 2 middle-level Divine Kings and 1 high-level Divine King to be his guards? But now was clearly not the time to consider this question. Chapter 36:13. The battle paused. The entire Forgotten River Palace was destroyed, becoming a stretch of ruins. The 20 guards were all reduced to ashes. Only Dao Zhangji, Dao Rongxin, Dao Yuxing, as well as Ji Tianqing and the rest were left on the ruins. A few breaths ago, it was Dao Rongxin and the rest who surrounded Ji Tianqing and Peng Fei. But now, the situation was completely flipped. Dao Rongxin 3 people were instead surrounded by Ji Tianqing, Bai Feng, and the rest. The atmosphere was rather awkward. While Dao Rongxin and Dao Yuxing were filled with shock and horror, their hearts were also filled with rage. They felt that Ji Tianqing was too treacherous, too despicable. They had all sorts of thoughts in their hearts, but there was no fear or regret. After all, this was the star-devouring Grotto Heaven, the Daotai clan's lair. Even if Ji Tianqing brought 3 divine king guards with him and caught them off guard, it was also not a big deal. The outcome would still not change at all. Of course, the process would definitely be a little complicated. At the very least, they had to retreat strategically and temporarily avoid the spearhead. Dao Rongxin and Dao Yuxing exchanged a glance and communicated secretly via voice transmission. This brat's strength is indeed very strong. Furthermore, he even brought 3 divine king realm guards. With just the 2 of us, we definitely can't take them down. No worries. Let's leave this place first, then discuss further. Anyway, it's our territory. Are we still scared of them running away? The 2 hit it off and turned around to flee without hesitation, sprinting toward the Forgotten River Palace's front courtyard. Behind that stretch of ruins was originally the Forgotten River Palace's entrance. At the same time, it was also the entrance to the Sealing Divine Formation. Swoosh! Swoosh! Dao Rongxin and Dao Yuxing instantly teleported 10,000 feet, appearing at the Sealing Divine Formation's entrance, and were about to cast their arts to open the Divine Formation. However, Ji Tianqing and Bai Feng had long detected it and immediately followed, casting arts to attack. Heavenly Dragon World / Ji Tianqing roared furiously, brandishing the Burial of Heaven sword with all his might, slashing fiercely at Dao Rongxin and Dao Yuxing. Bai Feng also brandished a pair of blazing white divine sabers, slashing out divine flame saber lights that covered the sky, enveloping the 2 elders' figures. Helpless, Dao Rongxin and Dao Yuxing could only stop casting their spells and block Ji Tianqing and Bai Feng's attacks with all their strength. Opening the Sealing Divine Array was very simple, but it still took a breath's time. They did not dare to ignore Ji Tianqing and Bai Feng's attacks, as that would be tantamount to suicide. Peng peng peng! When the divine spells from both sides collided, there was a deafening explosion that caused the ground to tremble. The huge ceiling divine formation was also completely activated. It lit up with colorful divine light and shook violently. Even though the shockwaves from their battle hadn't been able to break the ceiling divine array, it was still quite powerful. However, Dao Rongxin and Dao Yuxing were sent flying. They spat out blood as they fell into the ruins. The two of them were horrified. Their faces were full of fear as they activated the array again. Their top priority right now was to escape from the divine formation and shake off Ji Tianxing and Bai Feng. Presumably, Ji Tianxing and Bai Feng would not dare to start a massacre in the star-devouring paradise. If that was the case, the two of them would be able to survive. However, just as the two of them were about to activate the array, Ji Tianxing and Bai Feng pounced on them again. The Sword of Burial of Heaven and the two blazing white divine sabers slashed out divine spell shadows that covered the sky and shrouded Dao Rongxin and Dao Yuxing. The two of them were interrupted again. They could only take out their divine weapons to protect themselves and block the attacks with all their might. On the other side, Dao Changji's outcome was very tragic. He did not know that Dao Rongxin and Dao Yuxing had discussed in secret and decided to activate the ceiling divine array to escape. When the two elders turned around to escape, he was still rooted to the ground. Then, Ji Tianxing and Bai Feng went to intercept the two elders. He was surrounded by Chao Qingyu and Yank. He was only a low-level Supreme God King, while Chao Qingyu and Yank were mid-level Supreme God Kings. Putting aside the difference in their cultivation levels, just Chao Qingyu and Yank's battle experience was enough to crush Dao Changji. Boom! 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 After the first round of attacks, Dao Changji was blasted away and crashed into the ruins. He was severely injured on the spot. His robe and armor were shattered. Blood gushed out from all over his body and his hair was disheveled. He crawled out from the ruins and roared furiously, "You two bastard! This is the star-devouring Grotto Heaven. How dare you kill me? Are you tired of living?" Dao Changji's words were very intimidating. In the star-devouring Grotto Heaven, who would dare to kill a Supreme God King or Deacon of the Daotai clan? Anyone would have to consider the consequences and whether or not they could accept the Daotai clan's anger. Unfortunately, Chao Qingyu and Yank were not among them. The two of them had followed Ji Tianxing. What kind of storms and waves had they not seen? What kind of dangers had they not experienced? It was just a Grotto Heaven. They did not care about it at all. Therefore, they ignored Dao Changji's words and attacked even more ferociously. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Dao Changji was already severely injured and his strength had decreased greatly. Faced with Chao Qingyu and Yank's all-out attacks, he tried his best to block and dodge, but it was useless. Boom, 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 boom. Dao Changji was blasted into pieces on the spot. Not even his bones were left. Even his divine spark was blasted into pieces and scattered among the ruins. Chao Qingyu and Yank did not stop after finishing off their opponents. They turned around and flew towards Ji Tianxing and Bai Feng to help them deal with Dao Rongxin and Dao Yuxing. However, at this moment, Ji Tianxing and Bai Feng launched a series of consecutive attacks, injuring the two elders and shattering the ceiling divine formation. Boom! Crack! Along with the crisp cracking sound, a huge crack appeared on the five-colored light shield that enveloped the River of Forgetfulness Palace. Countless shards of divine light shot out. Although Dao Rongxin and Dao Yuxing were both heavily injured, covered in blood, and in a sorry state, their hair was disheveled. When they saw the crack in the divine formation, they were overjoyed. They rushed over without any regard for their own safety. Swoosh, swoosh. The two of them were the closest to the crack. They turned around and went through the crack, escaping the ceiling formation. Outside the divine formation, it was still dark and the cold wind was howling. However, the commotion caused by the battle earlier was so great that it shook everything within a 1,000-mile radius. There were many palaces and mansions near the River of Forgetfulness Palace. The Daotai tribesmen living there were all awakened. When Dao Rongxin and Dao Yuxing escaped from the ceiling formation, there were already dozens of Daotai tribesmen gathered outside. They were looking into the divine formation. It was obvious that they did not know what had happened. Dao Rongxin and Dao Yuxing flew across the sky in a miserable state. When they saw the dozens of Daotai tribesmen, they shouted at the top of their lungs, "Someone, come and kill those foreign race bastard." Some foreign race experts have sneaked into the star-devouring grotto heaven and are on a killing spree. At this point, the two of them could not care less about keeping it a secret. As long as they could kill Ji Tianxing and the others and save their lives, they would not ask for any benefits. Ji Tianxing, Bai Feng, and the others chased out of the divine formation and were about to kill Dao Rongxin and Dao Yuxing. At this moment, a dignified roar suddenly sounded from the most sacred and solemn palace not far away. Stop. Chapter 36:14. The sudden roar was deep and majestic. Not only did Dao Rongxin and Dao Yuxing stop running, even Ji Tianxing, Bai Feng, and the rest stopped chasing. Even those dozens of Daotai clansmen who drew their weapons and prepared to intercept Ji Tianxing and the rest stopped one after another. The scene immediately quietened down. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A cold light flashed past. Over 40 Daotai clansmen put away their weapons one after another and assumed a posture like they were watching a show. Ji Tianxing glanced at the palace not far away and quietly opened the 9 Heavens 10 Absolutes pagoda. He put Bai Feng, Chao Qingyu, and Yank inside. There was only him left in the scene. In front of him were dozens of Daotai clansmen. Behind him were dilapidated ruins. Right at this time, inside the most sacred and solemn palace, a dazzling bloodlight lit up. Swoosh. The bloodlight flashed. A man in purple armor who was 3 feet tall and sturdy like a small mountain appeared in front of everyone. This was a Daotai clansman who looked very clumsy and bloated. His entire body was covered with dark red scales. His curly hair was also scarlet like fire. He wore heavy purple armor and stood in the scene like a mountain, giving people an extremely intense oppressive feeling. Many Daotai clansmen did not dare to look at him. They lowered their heads one after another and bowed respectfully. Greetings to Lord Patriarch. Without a doubt, this Daotai clansman who was like a small mountain was precisely the Daotai clan's patriarch, Dao Yongsheng. The scene was very quiet. Dao Yongsheng sized up Ji Tianxing expressionlessly. Looking at the ruins behind him, he turned his head to look at the heavily injured Dao Rongxin and Dao Yuxing. Ji Tianxing stood on the spot with an indifferent expression and was also sizing up Dao Yongsheng. He only knew this Daotai clan's patriarch's name but did not understand his nature. Therefore, he was also unable to predict what would happen next. At the same time, in the 2 palaces nearby, several more bloodlights lit up. There were 6 to 7 Divine King Realm Daotai clan powerhouses who came to the scene one after another. Among these people, apart from the Daotai clan's high priest, there were a few elders. They were not noisy, nor did they shout or shout. After arriving, they quietly stood behind Dao Yongsheng, silently watching Ji Tianxing. Seeing that Ji Tianxing was from the Dragon clan and the ruins behind him, as well as Dao Rongxin and Dao Rongxin who were in a sorry state, the elders were shocked. After a moment of silence, Dao Yongsheng took the lead and asked in a low voice, "Who can tell me what's going on?" He had been cultivating in seclusion all this while, so he didn't know what had happened. The commotion caused by the battle just now was too great, and it disturbed his cultivation. Therefore, he suppressed his anger, and his face was very gloomy. Dao Rongxin, the villain, complained first. He could not wait to say, reporting to Patriarch, that Dragon Clan youth is called Long Tian. We kindly invited him to the star-devouring paradise as a guest. Who would have thought that he would actually covet our clan's resources and treasures, and start a massacre in the Forgotten River Palace? Dao Yuxing also shouted with grief and indignation. Clan leader, Wang Chuan and Chang Ji, the 2 deacons, have already lost their lives to him. There were also 20 guards who were killed off by him and his companions. Luckily, you came in time. Otherwise, we'd have lost our lives under his sword too. The 2 people's words were extremely provocative. When the surrounding several dozen Daotai clan members heard it, they were indeed filled with righteous indignation and shared a common hatred for the enemy, glaring at Ji Tianxing with furious eyes. But this sort of nonsense, only those Daotai clan members would believe it. The high priest and the few elders did not have any reaction, their expressions indifferent. Dao Yongxing declined to comment. Looking towards Ji Tianxing, he asked, "Young man, what do you have to say?" Hearing his words, Dao Rongxin and Dao Yuxing's faces immediately changed. The patriarch clearly did not believe the two of them, giving Ji Tianxing a chance to defend himself. Ji Tianxing also raised his brows. The corners of his mouth curled into a meaningful smile. Previously, this king even thought that the Daotai clan were all some greedy, cunning, and malicious people. Dao Wangchuan and Dao Changji invited this king with all sorts of enthusiasm and great hospitality. But when this king came to the star-devouring grotto heaven, they secretly colluded with two elders, wanting to harm this king and the guards' lives. This made this king very disappointed and hateful towards the Daotai clan. Looking at it now, it was this king who wronged you all. I didn't expect that clan leader Daotai is deeply principled and can distinguish right from wrong. What Ji Tianxing was most worried about previously was that clan leader Daotai and the few elders would be the same as Dao Rongxin and Dao Yuxing, completely disregarding benevolence, righteousness, and morals, shedding all pretense of cordiality and coming to kill the moment they met. That way, if he wanted to escape from the star-devouring grotto heaven, he would still have to expend some means. It would be very difficult. But things were not as bad as he expected. Clan leader Daotai, high priest, and the few elders could still maintain reason and restraint for the time being. This let the matter have leeway to turn things around. Of course, Ji Tianxing was just saying so verbally. Actually, in his heart, he would not trust anyone in the Daotai clan anymore at all. Dao Yongxing immediately cracked a smile and said with a slight nod, "Young man, you're also a person who understands things. This seat admires you very much." "That's right. Our Daotai clan has always been warm and hospitable, kind and generous. This seat has been in charge of the Daotai clan for these 10,000 years. Other races that came to the star-devouring grotto heaven as guests, if there weren't 10,000, there were also 8,000. But when have you heard before that our Daotai clan would murder the lives of our guests? This is simply nonsense. Even if there are some rumors in the outside world, those are also groundless rumors. Purely groundless talk." Finished talking, Dao Yongxing pointed at Dao Rongxin and Dao Yuxing again, saying with a face full of indignation, "This seat really didn't expect that normally. This seat disciplined them so strictly and still couldn't restrain these clansmen well. Now, two scum actually appeared in the clan, doing this kind of infuriating thing. Long Tian, you rest assured. This seat will definitely investigate the truth of the matter clearly and punish them severely to warn the clansmen. In addition, this matter was just an accident. It was the muddle-headedness of those two scum. It absolutely can't represent the entire Daotai clan." Dao Yongxing reprimanded Dao Rongxin and Dao Yuxing as scum in front of everyone, bringing shame to the Daotai clan. The two elders were scolded until they were black and blue all over, without any face left. They were both overwhelmed with shame and indescribable grief and indignation. Yet, they were unable to refute and could only lower their heads, forcefully enduring the humiliation, and put on an attitude of admitting their mistake. Seeing this scene, Ji Tianxing revealed a slight smile on the surface, expressing approval of Dao Yongxing's way of handling things and expressing satisfaction with his attitude. But in reality, the more Dao Yongxing explained to him and apologized, the colder the light in the depths of his eyes became. Because he already discerned that Dao Yongxing was stalling for time here. Most likely, Dao Yongxing also had killing intent aroused. It was just that he was not clear about the situation before his eyes yet. That was why he temporarily endured and put on a show. Ji Tianxing was well aware in his heart. After Dao Yongxing apologized, he suggested probingly, "Patriarch Dao is selfless, upright, and dignified, truly making this prince admire. Since Patriarch Dao wants to investigate the truth and clean house, then this prince won't disturb anymore and will take my leave here." Chapter 36:15. Ji Tianxing mentioned that he wanted to leave the star-devouring grotto heaven. This was a test to verify his guess and the answer he already had in his heart. As expected. Without waiting for him to finish, Dao Yongxing smiled and waved his hand to interrupt him. "Young Master Long Tian, this is you being immature. In this matter, you are the victim. It was our Daotai clan that neglected you and made you suffer. Now, I want to interrogate them severely to find out the truth. How can you leave? I have a lot of questions to ask you, and after the investigation is done, I will sentence them to death and compensate you at the same time. Before this matter is settled, you must not leave the star-devouring grotto heaven. Otherwise, if this matter spreads, the other clans will think that we are evil people who bully others. Dao Yongsheng said a lot of righteous words to persuade Ji Tianxing. At the same time, he firmly expressed that he would not let Ji Tianxing leave. He did not even give Ji Tianxing a chance to refute. He ordered rudely and arbitrarily, "Young Master Long Tian, Wang Chuan Palace has been destroyed. It is temporarily unsuitable for living. How about this? You stay in Great Elders Wuxian Palace first. A few elders will accompany you and protect your safety. In the next few days, I want to find out the truth and will have to look for you. After I find out the truth, I will give you a satisfactory answer. After this matter is settled, you can leave the star-devouring grotto heaven." After that, Dao Yongsheng waved his hand and gave the order. The white-haired Great Elder brought 4 upper Divine King Realm Elders to Ji Tianxing and greeted him. Dao Yongsheng and the Great Priest brought Dao Rongxing and Dao Yuxing to the clan leaders' hall. Looking at the 2 elders' dejected and drooping heads, it seemed like they were going to be interrogated. As for the other elders, their attitudes towards Ji Tianxing were much more complicated. On the surface, they were respectful and polite to Ji Tianxing. However, their attitude was tough and their eyes were filled with cold murderous intent. Sometimes, the way he looked at Ji Tianxing was very strange, as if he was looking at a dead man. Perhaps in their hearts, Ji Tianxing was already dead. It was only a matter of time. Before the Patriarch decided to murder Ji Tianxing, their mission was to monitor and imprison Ji Tianxing. Ji Tianxing was well aware of all of this, and he had already expected it. He was not angry, nor did he panic. He calmly followed the great clan elder and the others to stay in Wuxian Palace. On the surface, the great elder was still polite to him. He arranged 2 guards, 2 maids, and an exclusive room and secret room for him. Ji Tianxing rejected the guards and maids and entered the secret chamber alone to cultivate in seclusion. Seeing that he was so cooperative, the first elder heaved a sigh of relief and was happy to be free. As long as Ji Tianxing stayed in Wuxian Palace and did not go out or leave, he did not care what Ji Tianxing was doing. In the palace where the Patriarch Dao Yongsheng lived, the gloomy underground secret chamber was protected by 2 layers of king-grade divine formations, which could block all sound, god power, and soul consciousness. Dao Yongsheng sat at the head of the table, holding a bunch of colorful precious gems and stuffing them into his mouth like melon seeds. He chewed them loudly. The high priest stood aside, looking at Dao Rongxin and Dao Yuxing with a dark face. The 2 elders stood side by side in the middle of the secret chamber, lowering their heads as if they were waiting to be scolded. The atmosphere was heavy, but not oppressive or fearful. That was because Dao Rongxin and Dao Yuxing knew that the Patriarch would only scold them and not do anything else. As expected, Dao Yongsheng chewed more than 20 gems before he calmed down. He asked in a low voice, "You too, do you know you were wrong?" Seeing his anger dissipate, Dao Rongxin and Dao Yuxing heaved a sigh of relief and hurried to bow and apologize. "Patriarch, please calm down. We know we were wrong. We know we were wrong. Patriarch, please punish us." Dao Yongsheng looked at them expressionlessly and asked again, "Then do you know where you were wrong?" Well, Dao Rongxin was stunned, not knowing how to answer. Dao Yuxing thought for a while and hurried to answer, "Patriarch, we were wrong because we didn't investigate the situation clearly. We didn't know the details of that kid before we acted rashly. If we had investigated clearly and acted with full confidence, we could have killed him in one blow. We wouldn't have made such a mess and humiliated our clan." Dao Yongsheng nodded slightly and scolded in a dignified tone, "Yes, you were wrong because you were too stupid, too confident and arrogant. You think you can do whatever you want here in the star-devouring grotto heaven and in our territory? I've taught you many times that nothing is absolute. You can't underestimate your enemy at any time. This is a lesson. Not only did you fail to kill him, but you also lost Wang Chuan, Chang Ji, and 20 guards. You also made a mess and lost your face. That kid is from the Dragon Clan, so he must have a powerful background. If he sends a message to the Dragon Clan or spreads out what you did, how do you think the various clans in the Dragon Realm will talk about our Daotai clan? Speaking up to hear, Dao Yongsheng paused and glared at the two elders. Dao Rongxin and Dao Yuxing hurriedly admitted their mistakes and apologized, expressing that they would change next time. The high priest also exhorted earnestly, "Patriarch taught you countless times that you must put the overall situation first. You coveted that Dragon Clan youth's bloodline. This is a small matter and also a small profit. But you screwed up the matter. If the news spreads out, it will ruin our clan's reputation. Even to the extent that we will offend the faction behind that kid, sowing enmity with the Dragon Clan. Whatever you do in the future, you must use your brains and think of the consequences." Dao Rongxin and Dao Yuxing both had lingering fear and said worriedly, "Patriarch, High Priest, then why didn't we kill him directly? This way, he wouldn't have the chance to send a message. High Priest's lesson is right. We will remember it firmly. But what I'm worried about now is that that kid wouldn't have already sent a message out, right?" Dao Yongsheng immediately said with a cold smile, "If this seat didn't come forward, he indeed had the chance to send a message and make what you guys did public. But this seat came forward, how could he still have the chance? Don't forget, Head Elder's Wuxian Palace was a divine palace that this seat spent painstaking effort and time to specially build. Inside that divine palace, any communication jade slips will be ineffective." Only then did Dao Rongxin and Dao Yuxing feel like they were relieved of a heavy burden, both revealing gratified smiles. "Yeah, how could I forget about this? It's still Patriarch who is wise and far-sighted." Dao Yongsheng furrowed his brows and said coldly with a black face, "Shut up. It's no use even if you guys flatter me. This seat isn't done yet. Don't think that this seat doesn't know what you guys are thinking. Isn't it just wanting to hog the Dragon Clan's bloodline for yourself? Previously, you even concealed the news all along, not letting this seat and the other elders know. Now that you've stirred up trouble, you want this seat to come forward to resolve it. This seat is going to punish you guys with 1,000 years of salary. Are you guys convinced?" Chapter 36:16. Dao Yongsheng said to Ji Tianxing before, after ascertaining the truth of the matter, he would punish Dao Rongxin and Dao Yuxing severely. However, the punishment he gave the two elders was so light. Apart from a warning and intimidating meaning, it did not have any substantial harm to the two elders. Either way, their salaries as elders were not high. 1,000 years of accumulation was also just several 100 million divine stones. Divine king powerhouses like them, which one did not possess several 100 billion in wealth? Their source of wealth did not rely on the Daotai clan's salary. Therefore, Dao Rongxin and Dao Yuxing were filled with joy, hurriedly bowing and giving thanks. "Patriarch's decision, we're wholeheartedly convinced. Many thanks for Patriarch's leniency beyond the law. We'll definitely remember your teachings and absolutely won't make the same mistake again." After the two elders bowed and gave thanks, Dao Yongsheng waved his hand and continued, "The punishment is done. Now, you guys tell this seat, just what is that Long Tian's background? Also, you guys said before that he seemed to have brought along guards. What's going on here?" Dao Rongxin hurriedly answered, reporting to Patriarch, that Long Tian was swindled back by Forget Chuan and Changji when they ran into each other at the Dark Moon Mountain range. At that time, Long Tian even had a guard beside him. That was a high-rank divine lord realm golden-winged great rock. Although Long Tian and that golden rock were both seriously injured, Forget Chuan detected that Long Tian's strength was very powerful and came to find us in private, requesting us to take action and help. And when we entered the Forgotten River Palace and made a move against Long Tian, only then did we discover that his strength was indeed very powerful, comparable to high-rank divine king. Furthermore, he even brought along 3 divine king realm guards with him. Those 3 guards seemed to all be of the divine race. One was a high-rank divine king with the Phoenix race bloodline, while the other 2 were middle-rank divine kings. Hearing Dao Rongxin's explanation, Dao Yongsheng immediately furrowed his brows, his eyes twinkling with a scorching light. No wonder the Forgotten River Palace was destroyed. Forget Chuan, Changji, and 20 guards were killed. The 2 of you were also seriously injured. I didn't expect that he looked like he was alone, But in reality, he brought along 4 guards with him. Furthermore, there were actually Golden Rock and Phoenix race bloodlines among those 4 guards. At this point, Dao Yongsheng's lips curled into a bloodthirsty sneer, and he licked his lips greedily. He has a top-notch dragon bloodline to begin with, and the guards around him have the bloodlines of the Golden Rock and the Phoenix. Heh. Even though Wang Chuan and Chang Ji were dead, it had to be said that these 2 fellows' luck was really unbelievably good. The 2 of them are the lucky stars of our clan. The great priest hurriedly nodded in agreement, then sneered and said, no matter the bloodline of the dragon kind, the phoenix kind, or the Gold Rock clan, they are all stronger than the bloodline of our Daotai clan. Coincidentally, the patriarch had been cultivating in seclusion. However, he was stuck at the 9th Heavenly King realm, unable to reach the peak. These outsiders have come at the right time. The clan leader's great opportunity has finally arrived. Dao Rongxin and Dao Yuxing instantly understood that the patriarch would not let Long Tian and his guards off. The patriarch wanted to devour the 3 noble bloodlines to strengthen his own bloodline and increase his strength. In other words, the 2 of them had gone through all this trouble for nothing, but they didn't even get a single strand of hair. Not only was he heavily injured, he was also fined 1,000 years of salary by the patriarch. He had really gone for wool and come home shorn. The 2 of them were somewhat depressed when they thought about it. However, the patriarch was already especially kind to the 2 of them. The 2 of them could not ask for anything extravagant, let alone dare to show dissatisfaction. After a moment of silence, Dao Yuxing opened his mouth to ask, Patriarch, now that the situation is clear, when will you take action? No hurry. Dao Yongsheng waved his hand, revealing a smile full of confidence, and said, a cooked duck can't fly away. Furthermore, you guys have already failed once. This matter will definitely spread throughout the star-devouring grotto heaven and be known by the clansmen. When I take action again, I must plan carefully and carefully. I must not fail. The great priest nodded slightly, expressing his agreement. That's right. When the patriarch takes action, you can only succeed. There must not be any slip-ups. Otherwise, it will damage the patriarch's prestige. In addition, this matter cannot be resolved here. It will cause the clansmen to criticize. I suggest to put it at Starry Cliff. Starry Cliff was a cliff that was as high as 100,000 feet, close to the spatial barrier. It was directly north of the Daotai clan's camp, 90,000 miles away. In other words, that was the northern edge of the star-devouring grotto heaven, a place where people rarely went. But it was close to the spatial barrier. One could admire the vast starry sky without any obstructions, bathing in the brilliance of billions of stars. Therefore, Starry Cliff's star divine power was incomparably abundant. It became a treasure land and scenic spot of the star-devouring grotto heaven. Normally, Starry Cliff was sealed by a divine array. Only the patriarch, elders, and deacons could enter. Hearing the great priest's suggestion, Dao Rongxin and Dao Yuxing's eyes lit up, hurriedly nodding in agreement. That's right. Putting it at Starry Cliff is the safest. No matter what happens there, the clansmen will not know. Great priest is still thoughtful. Even if there is a fight at that time and a huge commotion is caused, it will also not spread here. Dao Yongsheng frowned and weighed for a moment before nodding in agreement to this suggestion. All right, then let's do as the great priest says. After that, he started to give orders, arranging a series of tasks for everyone. Pass the order to the great elder. Let him and the other 4 elders keep a close eye on Long Tian. Absolutely do not allow him to take half a step out of Wuxian Palace. Rongxin, Yuxing, you guys immediately enter the ancestor altar and treat your injuries as soon as possible. Great priest, you bring 20 elite experts and follow this seat to Starry Cliff. This seat has to go to Starry Cliff to set things up. Only by preparing in advance can I guarantee that nothing goes wrong. The great priest and the 2 elders both acknowledged the order, bowed and took their leave, going to carry out the mission. After 7 minutes, the great priest quietly gathered 20 elite experts and followed Dao Yongsheng to rush to Starry Cliff, setting up traps in advance. Inside the Daotai clan's campsite, undercurrents were already surging. In these 2 days, several thousand Daotai clan members were all discussing one matter. There was a dragon race youth in the campsite who fought a great battle with 2 elders, destroying the Forgotten River Palace and killing 20 guards. In the end, that dragon race youth was safe and sound. The patriarch severely punished the 2 elders. All because the 2 elders harbored evil intentions, conspiring to kill that dragon race youth, wanting to seize his dragon race bloodline. Several thousand Daotai clan members were all sighing emotionally, becoming more and more reverent and admiring of the patriarch. The patriarch normally teaches us that if our strength is not powerful enough, we have to keep a low profile and endure, and absolutely must not provoke powerful enemies. Those 2 elders are also muddle-headed, to actually dare provoke the dragon race's divine king. Isn't this setting up a powerful enemy for our clan? Yeah. Fortunately, the patriarch came forward in time and stabilized that dragon race youth. That was how this matter did not blow up. If the news were to spread out, or spread to the dragon race, not only would our clan's reputation be damaged, we would even suffer the dragon race's revenge. The patriarch really went to great lengths for our peace and tranquility. I heard that the patriarch severely reprimanded and punished the 2 elders in order to settle this matter, all in order to give that dragon race's divine king a satisfactory explanation. Bookhouse Reading website. Chapter 36:17. The discussions and rumors of the Daotai clan were somewhat different from the truth. At least, the vast majority of the clansmen did not understand the clan leader's true thoughts. All the clansmen thought that clan leader Dao Yongsheng did not want to become enemies with the dragon race and would definitely give Long Tian a satisfactory explanation. But in reality, Dao Yongsheng had already sharpened the butcher's knife and dug the trap. Dao Yongsheng was a very shrewd powerhouse. Even though the greed, cunning, and brutality in the Daotai clan's bones could not be changed. But he was very good at doing superficial work. His discipline and restraint of ordinary clansmen were also mainly persuasion and education. In the long run, even the Daotai clan felt that the Daotai clan scrupulously abided by their duties and was hospitable, never causing trouble, let alone bullying other races. However, only the deacons, elders, and priests who were strong enough and had high enough status understood the true meaning of clan leader Dao Yongsheng. That was, they could commit crimes and plunder greedily, but they must plan before acting. No matter what, they could not let the news spread and damage the reputation of the Daotai clan. Regarding this, the deacons and elders of the Daotai clan admired and agreed from the bottom of their hearts. If Dao Yongsheng did not request this, the Daotai clan's reputation would be ruined very quickly if they were allowed to do as they pleased, plundering crazily and bullying other races based on their nature. In a few years' time, the Daotai clan would become the scum that everyone shouted at, hated and besieged by countless demons. If that was the case, the Daotai clan would be finished no matter how powerful it was. Dao Yongsheng did this to protect the Daotai clan's 10,000 years of foundation. For close to 10,000 years, the Daotai clan's powerhouses murdered at least hundreds of thousands of foreign race powerhouses. But the outside world only spread some groundless, specious stories and discussions, but there was very little real evidence. Many demons did not have a good impression of the Daotai clan and were very wary, but they could not produce evidence that the Daotai clan harmed the demons. This was Dao Yongsheng's credit. Inside Wuxian Palace, the Grand Elder and the 4 elders had been sitting in the palace all along, monitoring that secret chamber in the depths of the palace at all times. A full 3 days had passed and everyone did not relax for a moment. Fortunately, the door of that secret chamber was also tightly shut and had never been opened. The few elders did not care about what Ji Tianxing was doing in the secret chamber. They only knew that when the clan leader ordered to see Ji Tianxing, his death date would arrive. Inside the divine pagoda, space-time was distorted. Ji Tianxing was sitting cross-legged under the blood flame sacred tree, concentrating on cultivating and healing his injuries. Only 3 days had passed in the outside world, but he had already been in seclusion for 5 months. In the past 5 months, he had refined Dao Changji and Dao Wangchuan's godheads. Not only had his strength increased, but he had also gained 5 new types of divine Dao laws. Although Dao Wangchuan and Dao Zhangji were both low-level divine kings, refining their godheads didn't give Ji Tianxing much of an improvement. However, both of them were from the Daotai clan, and the innate ability of the Daotai clan was to devour all things. From ancient times until now, there was a legend circulating in the Dragon Realm. It was said that the Daotai clan was the greediest clan in the world and could devour everything for their own use. They were like bottomless pits that could never be filled. Not to mention the tens of thousands of monsters in the Dragon Realm, even heaven and earth would be devoured by Daotai. It could be seen from this how powerful the Daotai clan's devouring talent was. Coincidentally, when Ji Tianxing ascended to the divine world back then, he unexpectedly obtained the devouring talent in the ascension pool. For so many years, he had also relied on the devouring talent to refine countless cultivation resources and rapidly increased his strength. This was virtually exactly the same as the Daotai clan's innate divine ability. Hence, he refined Dao Wangchuan and Dao Zhangji's godheads and deprived the two of their devouring talent. Fusing with his devouring talent, it made his devouring divine ability go up a level, becoming even more powerful and perfect. In a short 1 month's time, Ji Tianxing completed this matter. In the following 4 months, he had been using the devouring talent all along, devouring cultivation resources frenziedly. Regardless of whether it was the blood flame sacred tree's divine fruits, or the divine stones, source stones, divine pills, and various divine artifacts stored in his interspatial ring, they were all devoured and refined by him. In 4 months' time, the cultivation resources stored in his interspatial ring actually decreased by 20%. Cultivation resources worth 50 billion divine stones were devoured by him just like that. At the thought of this, Ji Tianxing's heart ached and he was reluctant to part with them. However, after devouring so many resources, he was very satisfied with the benefits and results that he had obtained. Not only had he recovered from his injuries, but he had also recovered to his peak condition. His strength had also increased by 6 times. Naturally, he had reached the peak of the 5th level of the Divine King Realm. Ever since Ji Tianxing had recovered to the Divine King Realm, this was the first time his strength had increased at such a rapid speed. Previously, when he had broken through to the 5th level of the Divine King Realm, it was when he was on his way to the Xuanji Grotto. In less than a month, he had reached the peak of the 5th level of the Divine King Realm. If news of such a terrifying speed of growth were to spread, it would definitely shock countless divine kings. Even Ji Tianxing himself felt a wave of worry and relief. Fortunately, I am a reincarnated cultivator. I was a peak divine king in my previous life. Now that my strength has increased so rapidly, my body and soul can still withstand it. Other divine kings, even the experts of the Daotai clan, would not be able to do this. But even so, this kind of strength increase will still threaten my foundation of the divine Dao. I have to settle down in this realm for a period of time and strengthen my foundation of the divine Dao before I can break through to the next realm. Otherwise, my foundation of the divine Dao will be damaged and I will stop at the peak divine king realm in this life. It will be very difficult to pursue the realm of the God Emperor. Ji Tianxing analyzed the pros and cons of rapidly increasing his strength and reminded himself silently. Of course, he was now in the star-devouring grotto heaven, trapped in a devil's den. He would face the threat of death at any time. This kind of strength increase was also forced by circumstances. Dao Yongsheng is sanctimonious. On the surface, he is hypocritical and pretentious. Secretly, he has the intention to kill. He will definitely think of ways to get rid of me. He can deceive others and deceive the Daotai clan, but he can't deceive me. Ji Tianxing ended his cultivation and pondered and analyzed silently. I have been in seclusion for 5 months, and 3 days have passed in the outside world. If he has some scheme, he should be done preparing and about to take action, right? Thinking of this, he got up and left the divine tower, returning to the secret chamber. He was about to walk out of the secret chamber to test the reactions of the few elders. Unexpectedly, someone knocked on the door of the secret chamber, and a dull knocking sound came from the door. Dong dong dong. The thick and heavy stone door was knocked with a dull sound, and it was still flickering with a dazzling divine light. He really came. This thought flashed through Ji Tianxing's mind, and the corner of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. He raised his hand and opened the secret chamber's stone door. He saw the white-haired great elder standing at the door of the secret chamber, and the other 4 elders followed behind him. Seeing Ji Tianqing appear, the great elder squeezed out a smile and pretended to laugh heartily. Young Master Long, I have good news to tell you. The patriarch has found out the truth and invited you to the Starry Cliff for a banquet. He wants to give you an explanation in person. Chapter 36:18. Starry Cliff. A banquet. Ji Tianqing frowned as he looked at the Grand Elder. He felt that the Grand Elder's smile was extremely fake. However, the current situation was very clear. The Daotai Patriarch and several elders wanted to kill him, but because of the Daotai clan's reputation, they were still acting. If he shed all pretense of cordiality and forcibly broke out of the encirclement and escaped from the star-devouring paradise, the experts of the Daotai clan would immediately take action to kill him. Even the entire Daotai clan, including several thousand Daotai clansmen, would besiege him. Therefore, Ji Tianqing could only endure and cooperate with the Daotai Patriarch's act. He could only look for an opportunity to counterattack and escape in the other party's scheme. The Grand Elder still maintained a gentle smile as he patiently explained, "Young Master Long, please rest assured. The Patriarch has always been fair and impartial. He will definitely not favor those two elders. As far as I know, those two elders were severely punished by the Patriarch. In order to express his apology and to highlight the seriousness of the matter, the Patriarch set up a banquet at the Starry Cliff and invited you face to face. The Patriarch wants to apologize to you face to face and compensate you." Ji Tianqing raised his eyebrows and asked, "It's fine if it's in the Patriarch's palace. Why does it have to be at the Starry Cliff?" After refining Dao Wangchuan and Dao Chengji's godheads, he naturally obtained the memories of the two god kings. Therefore, he knew the exact location of the Starry Cliff. The Grand Elder explained with a smile, "Young Master Long may not know, but the Starry Cliff is our star-devouring paradise's unique scenic spot. You can overlook the boundless starry sky and enjoy the scene of billions of stars. Normally, the Patriarch will only set up a banquet at the Starry Cliff when he receives distinguished guests." Hearing this, a thought suddenly flashed through Ji Tianqing's mind. This camp is right in the middle of the star-devouring paradise. The Starry Cliff is north of the camp, at the edge of the star-devouring paradise. The exit of the star-devouring paradise is at the southern edge of the camp, close to 100,000 miles from here. If the Patriarch and the Grand Priest are both at the Starry Cliff, then wouldn't my chances of escaping be very high? Therefore, Ji Tianqing pretended to casually ask, "Are we going to the Starry Cliff now? The Patriarch and the Grand Priest are already waiting there." The Great Elder didn't reply immediately. Instead, he furrowed his brows in vigilance. After a moment of silence, he smiled and replied, "The Patriarch and the High Priest are dealing with some clan affairs. We will go to the Starry Cliff first, and the Patriarch and the High Priest will follow. If young Master Long doesn't want to go first, then we can wait a little longer. When the Patriarch and the High Priest are done with their affairs, we can go to the Star Cliff together." It was obvious that Dao Yongsheng and the High Priest had also left a card up their sleeves to prevent Ji Tianqing from escaping. Ji Tianqing frowned. He was a little disappointed and could only give up the idea of taking the opportunity to escape. Thus, he waved his hand and said, "No need to wait. Let's go to Starry Cliff first. It just so happens that this prince has only heard of the wonders of the Starry Cliff before, but has never seen it with his own eyes. Let's go over first. This king can also admire the vast starry sky." "That's good." The first elder nodded with a satisfied smile. After that, the 5 elders took Ji Tianqing and left Wuxian Palace, flying towards the north. On the surface, it looked like the 5 elders were accompanying Ji Tianqing. On the way, the first elder was very enthusiastic and introduced the star-devouring grotto heaven to Ji Tianqing, as well as the beautiful scenery of the Starry Cliff. But in reality, the 4 elders were silent and vigilant at all times, preventing Ji Tianqing from suddenly injuring or escaping. A distance of more than 90,000 miles was not far for the God Kings. After a short 45 minutes, everyone arrived at the northern border of the star-devouring grotto heaven and arrived at the bottom of the Starry Cliff. There were barren mountains all around, and beneath everyone's feet was a wasteland full of gravel. And right in front of them, near the edge of the transparent spatial barrier, there was a lone peak that was 10,000 feet tall. That lone peak looked as if it had been hacked by an axe. The front was very steep, and the back was a straight cliff. The cliff was close to the transparent spatial barrier, and outside was the dark starry sky. And at the top of the lone peak, on the mountain peak with a radius of 100 miles, stood a simple and dignified palace. Dao Yongsheng's banquet to entertain Ji Tianxing was in that palace. Swoosh! The 5 elders brought Ji Tianxing to the top of the starry cliff and landed outside the palace. Ji Tianxing pretended not to notice the approaching danger and looked around curiously, revealing an amazed expression. The legendary starry cliff does not disappoint. Behind this cliff is the spatial barrier of the star-devouring grotto heaven, and beyond it is the vast starry sky. Ordinary people stay in the dragon realm, which is extremely far away from outer space. But here, between us and the vast starry sky is only a spatial barrier. Ji Tianxing admired the vast starry sky as he exclaimed. But in reality, he secretly used the divine eye mystic technique and used his divine sense to explore the entire starry cliff. In a short while, he discovered the problem. Just as he had guessed, today's banquet was a trap. The palace in front of him had also set up a supreme-grade king-grade divine array, which was full of hidden dangers. At this moment, the divine array was hidden very deeply, and unless one was a top array grandmaster, one would not be able to see it. However, once the divine array was activated, the entire palace, and even the entire starry cliff, would be sealed. At that time, not only would he be unable to escape, he would also have to bear the suppression and attack of the divine array. In addition, Dao Yongsheng, the high priest, and many elders would take action, and he would die without a doubt. What a vicious scheme, what ruthless method. In order to deal with me, he spent so much effort and methods, and even mobilized so many divine kings. Dao Yongsheng is really too cautious. Such methods are enough to deal with a 9th-level divine king expert. Ji Tianxing thought to himself, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Since he saw through Dao Yongsheng's scheme in advance, he naturally would not sit still and wait for death. He opened the 9 Heavens 10 Absolutes pagoda and released Peng Fei. Swoosh! Divine light flashed, and Peng Fei suddenly appeared in front of the elders. Ji Tianxing patted his shoulder and said with a smile, "Peng Fei, this is the starry cliff of the star-devouring grotto heaven. Enjoy the scenery here." After saying that, he secretly gave Peng Fei a look. Peng Fei immediately understood what he meant and guessed what he was going to do, but he needed cover. Thus, Peng Fei pretended to look around excitedly and cheered excitedly, "Wow, what a dazzling starry sky, we can really overlook the galaxy from here." As he said that, he pulled the high priest with a heart full of excitement and asked a series of questions. "High priest, is the star closest to us the dragon realm? Are we outside the dragon realm? Is the star-devouring grotto heaven floating in the starry sky? Is the spatial barrier strong? Will it be broken by meteors?" Peng Fei acted as if he was very familiar with the place, pulling the elders to ask all sorts of questions, which made the elders very uncomfortable. However, the patriarch and the high priest had not arrived yet, and the elders still had to continue acting. They could only reveal forced smiles and answer Peng Fei's questions one by one. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ji Tianxing secretly observed the divine array that sealed the palace, looking for a way to break it. Chapter 36:19. Peng Fei was still very talented in this aspect of causing trouble. There was a period of time when the 5 elders were confused and disoriented by his continuous barrage of questions. As a result, their attention was diverted by Peng Fei. Ji Tianxing took the opportunity to observe the divine formation sealing the palace and indeed saw the trick. But the good times did not last long. As he began to move and change his position to observe the divine formation, First Elder finally came back to his senses. He sensed that Ji Tianxing's actions were suspicious and guessed that Ji Tianxing was suspicious and was observing and guarding against something. Unfortunately, he was firmly entangled by Peng Fei and could not escape. Therefore, he secretly transmitted his voice to the other elders and said, "Leave this Peng brat to me. You guys keep an eye on Long Tian and don't let him play any tricks." The elders nodded secretly and hurriedly turned to leave, wanting to keep an eye on and pester Ji Tianxing. But Peng Fei's eyes were sharp and his hands were fast. He held back the two elders with one hand. The two elders were somewhat angry and glared at him with sharp gazes. But he had a cheeky look as if he did not see the two elders' angry gazes and pestered the two of them. The two elders were angry but could not fall out with Peng Fei and could only impatiently deal with him. Just like that, Peng Fei held back the three elders alone. Seeing this, the other two elders hurriedly left to harass and pester Ji Tianxing. However, Ji Tianxing's performance gave the two elders a headache. He was actually able to multitask. While observing the divine formation, he was also able to deal with the two elders. No matter if the two elders asked questions, chatted, or deliberately blocked and disturbed Ji Tianxing's mind, Ji Tianxing was not affected at all. He had a smile on his face. While dealing with the two elders, he quickly walked around the palace. The two elders increasingly felt that something was wrong. Full of anxiety, they could not help but intercept Ji Tianxing and restrict his movements. However, Ji Tianxing's movement technique was very ghostly. His figure often flashed and avoided the two elders. Just like that, while both sides restrained their anger and put on an act, they competed with each other with their own thoughts. 100 breaths later, Ji Tianxing still hadn't found a way to break the god array. After all, this was a supreme-grade king-level divine formation. Dao Yongsheng and the high priest had spent 3 days setting it up. No matter how profound Ji Tianxing's attainments in the array Dao were, it was impossible for him to find a solution in such a short period of time. However, he had seen through the veins and foundations of the divine formation and found its weak point. Therefore, while dealing with the two elders, he took out one king-grade divine artifact after another and silently dug into the ground. His movements were extremely fast and stealthy. In addition, he had secretly released an invisible spiritual energy to conceal himself from the two elders' divine consciousness. In this way, he could walk around the palace and secretly bury 9 king-grade divine artifacts in less than 15 minutes. Furthermore, his actions had not been discovered by the two elders. Those 9 king-grade divine artifacts, sabers, spears, swords, halberds, everything. They were the spoils of war that he obtained from killing various divine king powerhouses in the past. Even though those divine artifacts were not high-grade goods. Most of them were some low-grade king-grade divine artifacts. There were only 2 middle-grade king-grade divine artifacts. But Ji Tianxing buried those 9 divine artifacts underground and nailed them to the weak points and key positions of the divine formation. At a critical moment, they could play an unexpected role. If there was enough time, Ji Tianxing still wanted to continue observing the divine formation and find a way to break it. But very unfortunately, 15 minutes had already passed. In the sky not far away, 2 balls of divine light flew over at lightning speed. Swoosh, swoosh. 10 breaths later, those 2 balls of divine light arrived at the peak of the Deep Star Cliff and landed outside the palace gates. The divine light receded, revealing Dao Yongsheng, the high priest, Dao Rongxin, and Dao Yuxing's figures. And at this time, Ji Tianxing and Peng Fei also returned to normal. They stood together with the 5 elders and looked at Dao Yongsheng and the rest. Ha ha ha. Young Master Long, how is the scenery of the Deep Star Cliff? After Dao Yongsheng landed, he looked at Ji Tianxing with a smile and asked. On the surface, it looked like he was just being polite with Ji Tianxing and casually chatting with him. But everyone was well aware that when they heard Dao Yongsheng's words, they all felt that it was somewhat ironic. Especially Dao Rongxin and Dao Yuxing, who looked at Ji Tianxing with a cold expression. Their eyes contained a trace of a strange light. It was as if they were filled with anticipation and wanted to see Ji Tianxing's body torn into pieces. That kind of excitement and cruelty. Ji Tianxing replied with a smile, the scenery is picturesque and majestic. This deep star cliff and star-devouring grotto heaven are rare treasures in the dragon realm. But unfortunately, hearing these 3 words, Dao Yongsheng and the elders all frowned. The high priestess even stared at Ji Tianxing and asked, but unfortunately what? Ha ha ha. Ji Tianxing revealed a meaningful smile and said with a sigh, unfortunately, such a beautiful scenery can only be appreciated in the future. Hearing this answer, the Dao Tai clan powerhouses' faces all froze, their expressions not too natural. Especially the elders, who secretly sneered in their hearts, "Ha ha ha. You damn bastard, idiot. Death is at hand and you still don't know it. Do you think you still have a future?" But Dao Yongsheng, the high priestess, and the great elder heard another meaning. "Appreciate in the future? Looks like this kid has already noticed and knows that we are going to make a move." Not only did he notice that we are going to make a move, but he also has the confidence to successfully escape. Moreover, he will return to the star-devouring grotto heaven in the future and take revenge on us? What an arrogant kid. No matter what, we must kill him today and eliminate him completely. The Daotai clan powerhouses suppressed their anger and killing intent and tried their best to remain calm. Dao Yongsheng originally still wanted to continue teasing Ji Tianxing with the attitude of a cat toying with a mouse before making a move, treating it as entertainment. The high priestess, great elder, and the rest also very much wanted to see Ji Tianxing's stunned, disbelieving, and also panicked and fearful expression when he was besieged. But Ji Tianxing already sensed their motives and killing intent. Everyone immediately felt dull and also did not have the joy of teasing Ji Tianxing. Dao Yongsheng did not wish to delay anymore, so he ordered expressionlessly, "All right, everyone is already here. The banquet is also prepared. Let's go in then." Finished talking, he and the high priestess sandwiched Ji Tianxing on the left and right, taking the lead and stepping into the palace. Peng Fei was also taken care of by the two elders, half pulling, half dragging into the palace. Boom! When everyone entered the divine palace, the instant the palace doors closed, a mocking sneer flashed across the depths of Dao Yongsheng, the high priestess, and the seven elders' eyes. Ji Tianxing and Peng Fei, this step into the palace was equivalent to stepping into hell. Following this, a good show was about to start. Dao Rongxin and Dao Yuxing already could not suppress the excitement in their hearts, revealing a victorious sneer. Even if their expressions were strange and would expose themselves in advance, no one cared or reminded them. Because in the view of the 9 Daotai clan divine kings, the matter was already a foregone conclusion. There were no exceptions. Chapter 3620. Logically speaking, Dao Yongsheng set up a banquet to entertain Ji Tianxing. Not only were there guards in the palace, there should also be maidservants. But there was not a single guard inside or outside the palace, let alone a single maidservant. What was even more outrageous was that when everyone stepped into the hall of the palace, only then did Ji Tianxing discover that the hall was empty. There was neither a dining table nor delicacies. There was only the ice-cold crystal blue floor and 8 pitch-black rock pillars. Of course, in the corners of the hall, there were several rock statues that were also ice-cold. Haha, since we're going to act, then act to the end. Ji Tianxing stood at the entrance of the hall and surveyed the hall. He could not help sneering and said, "I didn't expect that clan head Dao is so impatient, not even acting at the last step, the most crucial act." Dao Yongsheng and the few elders all frowned. A cold light and killing intent flashed across their eyes. Especially Dao Yongsheng, who looked at Ji Tianxing with a cold smile and asked in a mocking tone, "Young Master Long, what are you saying? Why can't this seat understand?" The high priest and the few elders were silent. They all spread out quietly and blocked the entrance of the hall to prevent Ji Tianxing and Peng Fei from escaping. Peng Fei realized that things were not good and immediately frowned, looking at the few elders with a heart full of vigilance. Ji Tianxing was still calm and composed. Turning his head to look at Dao Yongsheng, he said with a cold smile, "Clan head Dao, it's already reached this point. Is there still a need to play dumb? This prince has already come here and stepped into the trap you laid. Don't delay anymore. Hurry up and make your move. End this quickly." Ji Tianxing already said it so clearly. Dao Yongsheng and the few elders of the Daotai clan could no longer act. They all tore off their disguises and revealed their true faces. "Originally, I still wanted to give you a surprise. Didn't expect that you discovered it long ago. Sigh, this is seriously too boring." Dao Yongsheng put away the cold smile on his face, shook his head, and sighed. The high priest and the few elders were also surprised by Ji Tianxing's reaction. "Originally thought that we could deceive everyone. Didn't think that we all underestimated you. Brat, so what even if you saw through our scheme? You've already fallen into a tight encirclement, and you're dead for sure. He. The noble bloodline of the dragon tribe will soon belong to us. No matter what means or background you have, it's useless. Even if the Dragon Emperor comes today, he won't be able to save you. As they spoke, the elders took out their divine weapons and swords. They sneered and exuded a terrifying killing intent. Dao Yongsheng also waved his hands and shot out a dozen or so rays of divine light, which entered the walls of the palace. In the next moment, divine light soared into the sky around the palace, and a dark red light barrier with a radius of 10,000 feet appeared in an instant. The Supreme Grade King Sealing Divine Matrix was activated. It sealed the entire palace and released an invisible, majestic divine power to suppress Ji Tianxing and Peng Fei. Among the crowd, the two people who were the most excited were Dao Rongxin and Dao Yuxing. Both of them were holding onto their divine weapons. Their faces were filled with cruel and sinister smiles as they laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha. Long Tian, you've fallen into our trap. Do you think the Patriarch will uphold justice for you and punish us? You're too naive. If not for taking the big picture into consideration, the Patriarch would have already killed you 3 days ago. Hey, even if your status is noble and your strength is uncommon, so what? Landing in our Daotai clan's hands, you can forget about leaving alive. For close to 10,000 years, God knows how many dragon race divine kings like you were all killed by us like this. Until they died, they couldn't rest in peace. 3 days ago, Dao Yongsheng reprimanded the two of them in public and even threatened to punish them severely. This made the two of them feel very wronged and also lost face in front of the Daotai clan. In these 3 days, the two of them had been suppressing their fury all along, patiently waiting for the moment of revenge. Now, they finally did not need to pretend anymore and could personally kill their enemy. They were more excited than anyone else. Ji Tianxing's eyes swept across Dao Rongxin and Dao Yuxing icily. Finally, his gaze landed on Dao Yongsheng. The corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile, and he said in a contemptuous tone, "Actually, as early as in the Forget River Palace, when they joined hands to deal with this king already saw through the Daotai clan's true colors. As the saying goes, a dog can't change its habit of eating shit." The Daotai clan was originally a despicable race that was greedy, cunning, bloodthirsty, tyrannical, and despicable. How could they possibly turn over a new leaf? Therefore, the words that Dao Yongsheng said 3 days ago, this king didn't believe a single word. From then on, this king predicted that you all would definitely use an even more meticulous plan and gather the most powerful forces to kill this king in one blow. Clap, clap, clap. Dao Yongsheng could not resist applauding for Ji Tianxing and said with a cold smile, "What a fine long expected. In the recent several thousand years, the dragon race divine kings that this seat killed were also 80 if not 100. But the majority of the dragon race divine kings were deceived by this seat. Only all the way until this seat raised the butcher's knife did they beg for mercy in astonishment. Only an extremely small number of dragon race divine kings were able to see through this seat's intentions. But they were not calm enough and all fled and resisted in a panic. They would expose their backgrounds and backers, hoping that this seat could let them off. Or take out all kinds of treasures and belongings, hoping that this seat would spare their lives. Speaking up to hear, Dao Yongsheng paused for a moment. He stared at Ji Tianxing with a burning gaze and said in a low voice, "Only you are the most special. Not only did you see through this seat's intentions, you could even maintain your calm and composure. Even knowing that death was at hand, you could still be so calm and confident. Those who don't know would think that you set up an ambush for us and wanted to catch us all in one fell swoop. This seat really wants to know, where did your courage and confidence come from?" Even though Dao Yongsheng's tone was low and serious, the high priest and several elders still could not help but want to laugh. After all, this was too ironic and too comical. Ji Tianxing put away his cold smile and ridicule, and looked at Dao Yongsheng expressionlessly. A cold light flashed in his right hand, and he took out the sword of burial of heaven. By the sword in this king's hand. His tone was dignified and cold as he shouted coldly and instantly swung his sword at Dao Yongsheng. No one was on guard against Ji Tianxing, who was trapped in a tight encirclement and was undoubtedly going to die, but he was actually so decisive and ruthless. He did not wait for Dao Yongsheng and the others to make a move, and he actually dared to assassinate Dao Yongsheng first. How confident, how courageous was he? However, as the Dao Tai clan leader and a 9th-level Divine King realm expert, Dao Yongsheng was extremely scheming and shrewd. He was already prepared for Ji Tianxing's sudden attack, so he was not surprised at all. When the dazzling sword light shone and went straight to his face, he did not hesitate to teleport 1,000 feet away and appeared at the other end of the hall. Swoosh! The dazzling sword light almost brushed past Dao Yongsheng's shoulder, but it did not hurt him at all, and he dodged it perfectly. However, Dao Yongsheng was strong enough, and he was prepared for it, so he could dodge the sword. The few elders standing behind him could not dodge it in time. Chapter 36:21. Boom! In a spark of flint, the resplendent sword light chopped onto an elder, giving off a muffled thud. A head flew into the sky. Scorching hot divine blood spewed out of the neck, splattering on the other few elders' bodies. Such a horrifying scene made the high priest and the 6 elders somewhat dumbfounded. Even though they knew that Ji Tianxing's strength was not ordinary, comparable to high-ranking divine kings. But they never would have thought that Ji Tianxing's strength was actually daunting to such an extent. The situation was not right. Wasn't he severely injured? Why did he not look like he was injured at all? It seemed like his strength was even stronger than before. These thoughts flashed across Dao Yongsheng, the high priest, and the 4 elders' minds at the same time. Thud! Only when the head and headless corpse fell to the ground did the high priest and the few elders come back to their senses. Only then did everyone see clearly that the unlucky fellow decapitated by Ji Tianxing with one sword was precisely 3rd Elder Dao Rongxin. The exalted 7th-level Divine King realm Dao Rongxin actually could not dodge that sword and was instantly beheaded. Even though he only had his divine body destroyed and did not lose his life on the spot, his divine spark still existed. But he already lost his combat strength. The divine spark could only fly out of his head, rushing towards the hall's entrance in a panic. Very clearly, Dao Rongxin was scared silly too. He forgot that the door was already closed. Furthermore, the entire palace was sealed by a divine array. Swoosh! The fist-sized blood-red divine spark flew to the hall's entrance, but could only turn back. At this time, Ji Tianxing brandished the Burial of Heaven sword again, slashing towards Dao Rongxin's divine spark. He wanted to seize the opportunity to pursue and kill Dao Rongxin on the spot, finishing off a formidable foe. Dao Yongsheng, the high priest, and the few elders finally calmed down the astonishment in their hearts and hurriedly made a move to intercept. Kill him. Don't be in a daze, attack together. It's hard to dispel the hatred in our hearts if we don't tear him to shred. Also, his followers and guards must be ground to dust too. Amidst everyone's shouting, they assigned the tasks. 2 elders joined forces to besiege Peng Fei. Dao Yongsheng, the high priest, and the 4 elders joined forces to besiege Ji Tianxing. Everyone took out their divine weapons and unleashed their mighty divine power, unleashing their powerful divine skills. Swish! Swish! Instantly, the bloodlight, scarlet fire, and sword shadows that blotted out the sky and covered the earth filled the entire hall, drowning out the figures of Ji Tianxing and Peng Fei. Peng Fei was besieged by 2 high divine king elders. He couldn't see any hope of survival. His heart was filled with grief and despair. Even if he used all his strength to block, it would be impossible for him to block this attack. He would be killed instantly. However, at this critical moment, he suddenly saw 2 figures appear beside him. Swoosh! Swish! One of them was a middle-aged man from the god race in a green robe, and the other was a stone giant that was 30 meters tall. These 2 middle-level divine kings had appeared in the great battle of the River of Forgetfulness Palace previously. Peng Fei had seen them before and knew that they were Ji Tianxing's guards. He immediately felt more at ease. The green-robed man was Chao Qingyu, and the stone giant was Yank. After the 2 of them appeared, they didn't say a word. Instead, they used all their defensive divine skills to block the attacks of the 2 elders. Bam! 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 The next moment, countless sword shadows collided with the shield and the light wall, creating a deafening explosion. In an instant, the entire hall was filled with raging shockwaves and billions of shards of divine light. Rumble! The palace made of special rocks couldn't withstand the destructive impact and more than half of it collapsed on the spot. The hall that everyone was in turned into rubble. There were broken bricks under their feet, and there were dilapidated walls all around. Chao Qingyu and Yank barely managed to fend off the attacks of the two elders and protect Peng Fei. However, the three of them were blasted thousands of meters away and smashed into the rubble. Chao Qingyu and Yank were fine. They didn't suffer any substantial injuries. However, Peng Fei was severely injured by the violent divine power. His internal organs were all shattered, and blood kept flowing out of his nose and mouth. On the other side, another figure appeared beside Ji Tianxing. It was a white-haired man from the Phoenix clan with a cold face. It was Bai Feng. Although the two of them joined forces and used all their divine skills to block and neutralize the attacks of the 6 Daotai God Kings. However, Dao Yongsheng and the High Priest were both 9th stage God Kings, and the two strongest God Kings in the Daotai clan. The Grand Elder, the Second Elder, and Dao Yuxing were all High God Kings of the 8th and 7th level. Only the 7th Elder was slightly weaker. He was a 6th stage God King. The 6 of them joined forces and no one could stop them. Ji Tianxing and Bai Feng were also blasted away and smashed into the rubble thousands of meters away. A few walls were smashed into pieces. When the two of them flew out of the rubble, they were covered in broken bricks and stained with blood. They were in a sorry state. The situation in the field was very clear. Ji Tianxing's side had few people and weak strength. They were not the Daotai clan's powerhouses match at all. Luckily, Ji Tianxing destroyed Dao Rongxin's divine body with one sword, making him lose his combat strength. If not for so, they would be besieged by 7 God Kings, and their outcome would be even more miserable. Seeing Peng Fei heavily injured and on the verge of collapse, Ji Tianxing hurriedly opened up the 9 Heavens 10 Absolutes pagoda and put him away. A battle between God King powerhouses, a high-ranking God Lord like Peng Fei did not have the qualifications to take part at all. This was also the reason why Dao Yongsheng did not arrange for guards inside and outside the palace. Because those divine Lord Realm guards, no matter how many there were, they could only be cannon fodder. Ha ha ha. Long Tian, this seat knew long ago that you brought along several God King realm guards with you. But this is all futile. You guys better admit defeat obediently and surrender. Dao Yongsheng did not take out a divine weapon. Hands behind his back, he looked at Ji Tianxing with a proud expression, laughing loudly with confidence. The High Priest and the few elders also spread out one after another, surrounding Ji Tianxing, Bai Feng, Chao Qingyu, and Yank, the 4 people. Everyone all revealed a smug cold smile, their eyes mocking and cruel. The atmosphere in the field was very stifling. Yank and Chao Qingyu were still considered calm, trusting Ji Tianxing a lot. But Bai Feng was filled with anxiety and worry. She could not resist looking at Ji Tianxing and transmitting her voice, asking, "Your Excellency, what should we do? You definitely have a way to charge out of the heavy encirclement, right?" Ji Tianxing looked straight ahead, his tone calm as he replied, "Of course." As he said, he raised his head and looked at the sky. More than half of the palace collapsed. His gaze was not obstructed, passing through the translucent spatial barrier, looking at the vast and boundless starry sky. The corners of his mouth suddenly revealed a hint of a playful smile. The vast and boundless starry sky is within reach. At such a close distance, the power of that sword technique will definitely increase explosively by several times, right? He muttered to himself, slowly raising the sword of burial of heaven in his right hand, pointing at the boundless starry sky. Then, he shouted in a low voice. "Sword rain." As he shouted coldly, a formless and mysterious vast power erupted from the sword of burial of heaven and his body. Suddenly, the billions of stars in the vast starry sky were attracted by the mysterious power. Chapter 36-22. Ji Tianxing's behavior was a little strange to Dao Yongsheng and the others. They could not understand why this guy did not surrender or fight back. What was he trying to do? What was the use of pointing his sword at the starry sky and shouting for no reason? Just as Dao Yongsheng, the High Priest, and the others were full of doubts, Dao Yuxing's expression suddenly changed. He pointed at the starry sky and exclaimed, "Oh my God! Look! The The sudden exclamation gave everyone a fright. Dao Yongsheng, the high priest, and the elders all looked up at the starry sky. Then, they saw a scene that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. In the gloomy starry sky, tens of thousands of resplendent spots of light lit up. In just a breath's time, more than 30,000 silver light spots descended on the starry cliff like a meteor shower. Then, everyone saw clearly that it was neither light spots nor a meteor shower. It was a total of more than 36,000 starry swords formed by endless starry divine power. Each of the starry swords was more than 3,000 meters long. They looked real, sacred, and majestic. When the 36,000 starry swords passed through the space barrier and entered the starry swallowing grotto heaven, they absorbed half of the starry swallowing grotto heaven's starry divine power and expanded in size. Before the starry swords descended, their terrifying divine power had already shrouded a radius of tens of thousands of miles. The entire starry cliff was shaking. Dao Yongsheng, the high priest, and the elders were so suppressed by the terrifying sword power that their faces turned pale. They could not imagine that other than the dragon emperors, there was someone in the world who could use such a terrifying sword Dao divine power. That supreme sword might that was like the rules of the heavenly Dao was enough to destroy everyone's fighting spirit and confidence. At this moment, not only the high priest and the elders were shocked, but fear flashed in their eyes. Even Dao Yongsheng's expression and eyes became extremely solemn. No. This is no longer a sword Dao divine power, but a sword Dao divine rule true meaning. This thought flashed through Dao Yongsheng's mind, and his heart suddenly skipped a beat. He suddenly realized that there might be a change in today's hunting plan. Therefore, he used his secret technique as fast as he could to operate the supreme-grade king-grade divine array at full power. The divine light shield enveloping the palace instantly expanded to a radius of 100 miles, covering the entire starry cliff. Moreover, the protective barrier flickered with dark red divine light, greatly increasing its defensive power. Rumble. In the next moment, more than 36,000 huge starry swords flooded the starry cliff like a torrential flood. All of the starry swords exploded with the most violent power, fiercely slamming into the blood-red divine light shield. Deafening explosions continued to erupt, reverberating endlessly between the heavens and the earth, spreading tens of thousands of miles away. At this moment, other than Dao Yongsheng, the high priest and the other elders all had their hearts in their throats. They were afraid that the divine light barrier would be destroyed, and they would be killed by the divine swords that filled the sky. Fortunately, the blood-red light shield trembled violently and fluctuated crazily. However, only a few cracks appeared on it and it was not destroyed. The first wave of sword rain was blocked by the blood-red light shield. The high priest and several elders heaved a sigh of relief as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. Dao Yongsheng raised his eyebrows and regained his confident smile. He looked at Ji Tianxing and said, "Ha ha ha. Boy, your attainments in sword Dao are indeed amazing. But unfortunately, your sword technique is flashy without substance. It can't do anything to the divine array that I have set up. After all, it is a supreme-grade king-grade divine array that I and many other experts have spent a lot of effort to set up. Originally, a 9th-degree realm divine king like Dao Yongsheng could not possibly set up a supreme-grade king-grade divine array. Only peak divine kings and dragon emperor level experts could do it. But this supreme-grade king-grade divine array was passed down from generation to generation in the Daotai clan. It was also a simpler and easier set-up supreme-grade king-grade divine array. Ji Tianxing looked at Dao Yongsheng expressionlessly, raised his eyebrows and said, "My sword technique is flashy without substance. Ha ha. Your divine array is indeed a supreme-grade king-grade divine array. But unfortunately, it can only be considered as a bottom-grade array among the supreme-grade king-grade divine arrays. Now, I will let you see clearly how weak it is." When his voice fell, his left hand formed a divine art and used a secret technique to secretly control the 9 supreme-grade king-grade divine artifacts that were buried underground. At the same time, he waved the sword of burial of heaven in his right hand and controlled the 36,000 starry giant swords to attack again. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. More than 36,000 starry giant swords danced and shuttled back and forth at an extremely fast speed. They exploded with violent power and bombarded the bloodlight shield. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. The bloodlight shield that was 100 miles in radius suddenly trembled violently and the divine light shield flashed chaotically. Immediately after, everyone heard 9 consecutive loud rumbling sounds coming from the ground beneath their feet. Suddenly, the ground around the palace ruins cracked and collapsed, and 9 deep pits appeared. There was a destructive divine power shock wave that bloomed with colorful divine light and rushed into the sky with endless dust. The entire starry cliff shook violently and a huge crack appeared. It was on the verge of collapse. But what shocked Dao Yongxing and the elders even more was that the bloodlight shield was suddenly damaged and its power was rapidly weakening. The light also became dim and bright. Bang, 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 boom, crack, crack. As the starry swords continued to attack, cracks began to appear on the blood-red light shield, and gaps began to appear one after another. Those cracks and gaps quickly spread out in all directions. Soon, the entire divine formation was riddled with holes and shattered. The high priest and the elders were ashen-faced. They hurriedly released their divine power to help repair the gaps and cracks in the divine array. But it was all in vain. The divine array was collapsing at an extremely fast speed. Dao Yongxing's expression was also gloomy. He hurriedly used his divine sense to check the situation of the divine array. Only then did he realize that the foundation of the divine array had been destroyed and a few key meridians had been cut off. No wonder. No wonder the divine array suddenly weakened and was shattered by the starry giant sword. That damned Long Tian, he actually knew the structure of this divine array and tampered with it beforehand. Dao Yongxing immediately guessed the answer. Then, his heart was in turmoil. He was so shocked that he was dumbfounded. Oh my God! He only came 45 minutes early and under the supervision of the elders, he could actually see through the structure of this divine array? Then, isn't his array Dao as powerful as his sword Dao? Has it reached an unimaginable level? Thinking of this, Dao Yongxing felt his heart palpitate and his mouth go dry. If Dao Changji and Dao Wangchuan were still alive, he would definitely strangle those 2 fellows by their necks and ask them how they had provoked such a terrifying monster. That's right. In Dao Yongxing's opinion, Ji Tianxing was a terrifying monster. Wonderful Bookhouse. Chapter 36-23. Accompanied by cracking sounds, the divine formation that enveloped the peak of the starry cliff crumbled and shattered. Hundreds of millions of fragments of divine light poured down like a storm and spread out in all directions like raging waves. Swoosh! The entire peak of starry cliff was swept away. The dilapidated palace was flattened on the spot and not many bricks were left. Dao Yongxing's trump card was gone and trapping Ji Tianxing and the rest became an extravagant hope. However, this was secondary. The main problem that he and the divine kings of Daotai tribe had to face was the attack of the 36,000 starry swords. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Under the control of Ji Tianxing's mind, the 36,000 starry swords formed a sky punishment sword formation that was 10,000 miles wide. Tens of thousands of starry swords formed a light wall and sealed off the area. The other 26,000 starry swords exploded with their fastest speed and most terrifying power as they charged towards Dao Yongxing and the rest. Boom! Boom, boom, boom! Suddenly, the starry swords rained down and drowned the entire starry cliff. There was a deafening explosion. Starry Cliff already had a few ravines and it was on the verge of collapse. After being attacked by tens of thousands of starry swords, the cliff cracked and collapsed in all directions. Rocks and soil flew everywhere. Dao Yongxing and the rest who were attacked by the tens of thousands of starry swords ended up in a miserable state. Dao Yongxing and the Grand Priest were still fine. After all, they were 9th-level Divine King Realm experts and they could withstand the power of the starry swords. However, the few elders were in trouble. They were covered in wounds and blood splattered everywhere. The most miserable one was the 3rd elder, Dao Rongxin. At the beginning of the battle, his body was destroyed by Ji Tianxing and he was only left with a godhead. When everyone was fighting, his godhead could only hide at the edge to avoid being affected. However, he did not have a chance to escape and he was sealed off by the sky punishment sword formation. Then, his godhead was attacked by hundreds of starry swords and it shattered into pieces. More than a dozen shards of divinity were scattered all over the ruins. With a wave of his hand, Ji Tianxing collected the godhead fragment and stored it in his spatial ring. The Great Elder and Second Elder were both injured by the giant swords that filled the sky. Their robes were dyed with blood, and they looked extremely miserable. The Fourth Elder Dao Yuxing, the Fifth Elder, and the Sixth Elder were all heavily injured by the giant sword. Their bodies were covered with wounds and dripping with blood. As for the weakest Seventh Elder, he was only a sixth-stage realm god king. How could he withstand the bombardment of 10,000 swords? He was smashed into pieces by the tens of thousands of swords, and his divine body was reduced to pieces all over the ground. Only one godhead was left, and it fled in panic, flying toward the edge of the sword formation. Ji Tianxing signaled to Bai Feng, Chao Qingyu, and Yank with his eyes. The three of them immediately understood his intentions and hurriedly chased after the Seventh Elder's godhead. Their mission was very simple, and it was to annihilate the Seventh Elder and obtain his godhead fragments. Ji Tianxing, on the other hand, was fighting against Dao Yongsheng, the high priest, and the 5 elders by himself with the heaven-destroying sword formation. Even though he was outnumbered, he had a card up his sleeve and was full of confidence. Yank and Chao Qingyu were not surprised, and only felt that this was a matter of course. Because they had followed Ji Tianxing for a very long time, and had witnessed too many miracles. Bai Feng's feelings were a little complicated. He was both shocked and in awe. It was until now that he understood that right from the start, Ji Tianxing's plan was not only to escape from the encirclement, but also to complete the counterattack and severely injure the Daotai clan's strong practitioner. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he also did not dare to believe that Ji Tianxing actually had such terrifying means to be able to realize his plan. This was simply too dreamy. Little bastard, you're too much. Do you really think that this seat can't deal with you? Dao Yongsheng regained his senses and stared at Ji Tianxing with eyes that were about to split open. His entire body was bursting with murderous intent. Half an hour ago, when they entered the palace, they were originally harboring the belief that they would win, with the mentality of a cat playing with a mouse. But now, the situation had been reversed. Ji Tianxing and the rest were safe and sound, but they had fallen into a passive state, suffering heavy casualties. This was simply too ironic. Dao Yongsheng felt that he had to take out his trump card and ultimate skills in order to win back some ground. He took out a huge pitch-black god's clock and injected divine power into it, activating the god's clock. Suddenly, the pitch-black god's clock, which was the size of a fist, expanded to a height of 10,000 feet, as big as a mountain. Under his control, the god's clock floated above the ruins of the starry cliff, releasing a dazzling crimson light to resist the heaven-destroying sword formation. Swoosh! Swoosh! Meanwhile, he, the Grand Priest, and a few elders flew below the god's clock and hid within the crimson light shield. With the protection of the pitch-black god's clock, the starry giant swords that were flying and shuttling in the sky were all blocked by the crimson light. No matter how the starry giant swords attacked, Dao Yongsheng and the elders were safe and sound. He. Young man, although your dragon clan rules this world and is supreme, our Daotai clan is not to be trifled with either. This is the treasure of our clan, the primordial chaos bell. Dao Yongsheng stood under the crimson light and glared at Ji Tianxing fiercely as he spoke arrogantly. The primordial chaos bell? Ji Tianxing raised his eyebrows and a dark look flashed across his eyes. He had heard of the god's clock's great reputation 1,000 years ago. Before the Antiquity Age, when heaven and earth had just been created, the dragon realm was barren and there were not tens of thousands of demon clans. At that time, the dragon, phoenix, and Chelene were the leaders, the 4 sacred beasts were the assistants, and the 7 ancestors of the demon clan were the backbone of the power. They worked together to create heaven and earth and divided the 4 seas and 5 continents. As the earliest demon clans to appear in the dragon realm, all the clans had obtained carnate treasures from the chaos. For example, the primordial chaos bell of the Daotai clan was one of the carnate treasures. It was a supreme king-level divine weapon that was tainted with a trace of the power of the heavenly way. It was sacred and majestic, and it was immensely powerful. Of course, compared to the carnate treasures of the dragon, wind, and Chelene clans, its grade and power were slightly weaker. However, to the other demon clans and divine kings, the primordial chaos bell was already a powerful and invincible treasure. Ji Tianxing stared at the pitch-black god's clock and muttered to himself, if it is really the primordial chaos bell, then they are in an invincible position. Killing them is harder than ascending to the heavens. As expected, he used his mind to control more than 26,000 great starry swords and launched a violent attack on Dao Yongsheng and the others. Unfortunately, all the great starry swords were blocked by the primordial chaos bell. No matter how powerful the great starry swords were, they could not shake that thin layer of red light. Seeing this, Ji Tianxing was basically sure that the god's clock was the primordial chaos bell, a supreme king-level divine weapon. He knew that his counterattack plan was about to fail, so he wanted to retreat. With the heaven-destroying sword formation holding back Dao Yongsheng and the others, he wanted to bring Bai Feng, Yank, and Chao Qingyu and quickly leave the star-devouring grotto heaven. Anyway, the seventh elder's godhead had already been destroyed by Bai Feng and the other two. When Bai Feng returned to his side, she brought back more than 10 godhead fragments. Therefore, Ji Tianxing took the godhead fragments and decisively chose to retreat. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 36-24. Let's go. Ji Tianxing bellowed as he led Bai Feng, Yank, and Chao Qingyu out of the sword formation. The Daotai tribe had tried to kill him and steal his bloodline. He had wanted to teach the Daotai tribe an unforgettable lesson by killing at least 6 or 7 upper god kings. However, looking at the current situation, this plan was destined to fail. However, he had not lost anything. Instead, he had killed Dao Rongxin and the seventh elder and injured a few other elders. No matter how he looked at it, he had profited. He had no regrets leaving the star-swallowing cave. However, Dao Yongsheng and the Daotai tribe's god kings were filled with anger and killing intent. They were unwilling to let him go. Swallow the heavens and earth. Seeing that Ji Tianxing and the rest were about to leave, Dao Yongsheng panicked and bellowed angrily. Then, he, the Grand Priest, and a few other elders worked together to cast a spell. They poured their divine power into the primordial chaos bell. In an instant, the primordial chaos bell lit up with crimson light and covered the sky. With the primordial chaos bell as the center, the area within 1,000 miles turned into a crimson whirlpool. The whirlpool spun rapidly and released a power that could swallow everything. It swallowed all the starry swords that were flying in the sky. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of starry swords were swallowed by the crimson whirlpool. They were dissolved and scattered. The primordial chaos bell was like a bottomless abyss that could swallow everything. No matter how fierce the starry swords were, they were all turned into its food. In just 2 breaths, 2,000 starry swords were swallowed and dissolved by the primordial chaos bell. Ji Tianxing led Bai Feng and the rest out of the heaven-destroying sword formation and stood in the dark sky. Seeing this scene, he also frowned, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Damn it! As expected of the Daotai tribe's divine item. It can swallow everything. Looks like my heaven-destroying sword formation cannot trap them and will not be able to delay them for long. In the past, Ji Tianxing didn't know much about the Daotai clan. Now, he realized that the Daotai clan's power was far stronger than he had imagined. It couldn't be helped. 1,000 years ago, when he was in the Dragon Realm, it was during his rapid growth period. At that time, he went from the heavenly deity realm to the divine lord realm, and then to the divine king realm. When he reached the 4th level of the divine king realm, he left the dragon realm for the god realm. Therefore, the dragon realm only knew that the peerless genius Long Tian was like a flash in the pan, and had once bloomed in the dragon realm. Only the experts and forces of the celestial world knew of Kenshin's prowess. In comparison, Ji Tianxing had a clearer understanding of the divine world's power structure and the various paradise. Young master, should we continue to deal with them? Chao Qingyu gripped the green jade divine sword tightly as he glared at Dao Yongsheng and the others. No need, we should go. Ji Tianxing shook his head and decisively led Bai Feng and the others towards the south. Swoosh. The 4 of them were extremely fast. They cut across the dark sky like lightning and headed straight for the Daotai clan's camp. After flying for more than 20,000 miles, Ji Tianxing suddenly stopped and turned towards the southwest. Swoosh. He teleported 8,000 miles and appeared in a canyon filled with starlight. Bai Feng, Chao Qingyu, and Yank didn't know what was going on. They hurriedly followed him and looked at him with confusion. Before they could ask, Ji Tianxing waved his hand and shot out a ray of golden light into the deep canyon. He plucked 2 basin-sized silver flowers. The 2 lotus-like flowers with 9 petals looked as hard as steel and as cold as stone. They shone with dazzling starlight. This was the star-devouring flower, an upper king-grade treasure unique to the star-devouring paradise. Swoosh! Ji Tianxing was extremely fast. He only took a glance to confirm that the 2 star-devouring flowers were fine. He kept them in his interspatial ring. Then, he swung the burial of heaven and slashed 8 times. Swoosh! 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 Bam! 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 With a series of muffled sounds, the 8 dazzling giant swords slashed into the mountains on both sides of the canyon. In an instant, the 2 majestic mountain ranges were sliced into 2 huge chunks. Each mountain was 100 miles wide and contained extremely rich star ores and all kinds of gems. If they were refined, they would be able to extract billions of star ores and all kinds of gems from the 2 mountains. Unfortunately, Ji Tianxing didn't have the time to refine them. Therefore, he used the simplest and crudest method. He cut off the 2 mountains from the 2 mountains and kept them in his interspatial ring. He would slowly refine them in the future. Swoosh! Swoosh! Ji Tianxing quickly kept the 2 mountains and continued to fly south with Bai Feng and the other 2. Along the way, Bai Feng couldn't hold back her curiosity and asked, "Master, how do you know that there are treasures and rich mineral resources here?" Ji Tianxing replied calmly, "On the way to the starry cliff, I already used my divine sense to investigate. If we don't take anything with us when we come to the starry swallowing grotto heaven, wouldn't it be a big loss?" "Ah, that makes sense." Bai Feng was stunned for a moment and quickly nodded in agreement. Chao Qingyu and Yank smiled but didn't say anything. They thought to themselves, this white-feathered phoenix still doesn't know young master's character and is asking such meaningless questions. Next, Ji Tianxing and the others flew south. Along the way, he stopped 3 times. Every time he stopped, he would pluck 1 or 2 star-devouring flowers and plunder 1 or 2 star ores. The starry swallowing grotto heaven didn't lack star ores and gems. In this way, Ji Tianxing continued to plunder resources worth 4 to 500 billion star ores. However, he also wasted a few dozen breaths of time. On the ruins of the starry cliff, Dao Yongsheng and a few elders were casting spells to control the primordial chaos spell and madly devouring the star ores. After 70 breaths of time, more than 36,000 star ores were all devoured by the primordial chaos spell. The heaven punishment sword formation disappeared and Dao Yongsheng and the others' crisis was resolved. Therefore, Dao Yongsheng kept the primordial chaos spell and led the high priest and a few elders to the south in a rage. "Damn beast, don't let me catch him. I'm going to smash him into pieces and grind his bones to dust. You've been hunting geese all day and you let the geese peck your eyes. This is intolerable. They've escaped to our campsite. Don't let them wreak havoc in our campsite and kill our people." Dao Yongsheng, the high priest and the others rushed to the campsite as fast as they could and cursed angrily and worriedly. Originally, they were worried that the heaven punishment sword formation would delay them for too long and they wouldn't be able to catch up with Ji Tianxing and the others. However, when they chased near the campsite of the Daotai tribe, they found traces of Ji Tianxing and the others. At this time, Ji Tianxing and the others were near the campsite. They swung their swords and cut off a mountain range. They dug away a mountain without any scruples. Dao Yongsheng and the high priest had sharp eyes. They could tell at a glance that it wasn't an ordinary mountain but a mine that contained star ores. Seeing this, Dao Yongsheng was instantly enraged. Chapter 36-25. Despicable thief. While he was running away, he still wanted to plunder our tribe's resources. Dao Yongsheng roared furiously. His entire body was burning with rage. The grand priest's face darkened. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "This audacious bastard, he really doesn't know what's good for him. It has always been our tribe plundering the other tribes. I didn't expect him to. This is too despicable." The few elders were also furious. They waved their divine weapons and charged over with murderous intent. However, when both parties were still 5,000 miles away, Ji Tianxing and the rest noticed them. Ji Tianxing hurriedly kept a mine into his space ring. He brought Bai Feng and the rest and flew into the Daotai tribe's camp at lightning speed. Seeing this, Dao Yongsheng and the Grand Priest's eyelids twitched. They had a bad feeling in their hearts. In the next moment, their premonition came true. Originally, the Daotai tribe's camp was very peaceful. On the barren land with a radius of 10,000 miles, there were a few hundred palaces and mansions scattered around. Thousands of people from the Daotai tribe stayed in the various palaces and mansions. They were cultivating in seclusion as usual. However, Ji Tianxing and the rest performed their divine skill with all their might. They released an earth-shattering divine skill light shadow that poured down on the camp. Boom! 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 Suddenly, the peaceful Daotai tribe's camp exploded with 5-colored divine light that shot up to the sky. There was a deafening loud noise. At least a few dozen palaces were blasted into ruins by the divine skill light shadow. Hundreds of millions of bricks and stone fragments splattered everywhere. At the same time, a few hundred people from the Daotai tribe died tragically under the bombardment of the divine skill light shadow. The earth-shattering explosion, countless people from the Daotai tribe roared in pain, and the tragic cries of those on the verge of death woke up the surrounding Daotai tribe. Suddenly, the entire camp was in an uproar and fell into chaos. Countless people from the Daotai tribe were filled with fear and confusion. They hurriedly rushed out of the palaces and mansions and flew into the sky to check the situation. It was a pity that before they could figure out what was going on, they were drowned by the divine skill light shadow. Dragon Elephant Divine Fist. Breaking Sun Sword. Great Rotating Sacred Sword. Ji Tianxing was the most valiant. He brandished his left fist and his right hand brandished his sword. In a breath's time, he displayed 3 ultimate skills. Bai Feng, Chao Qingyu, and Yank were not to be outdone either. They unleashed their strongest attacks and used their most destructive moves. Boom boom boom. In the next instant, another few tens of palaces were blasted into ruins by blade lights and sword shadows, and over 1,000 members of the Daotai clan were slaughtered miserably. Even those upper Divine Lord Realm Guards and lower Divine King Realm Deacons could not withstand Ji Tianxing's slaughter. Hundreds of hotshots of the Daotai clan fell from the sky like dumplings. Blood rained down from the sky. There were also several hundred weaker Daotai clansmen. They were still in the palaces and courtyards, but they had been blasted into smithereens. Dao Yongsheng, the Grand Priest, and a few other elders witnessed this scene with their own eyes. They were so angry that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets as they gritted their teeth. Although the Daotai clansmen that Ji Tianxing and the rest slaughtered did not have a true powerhouse. But those Daotai clansmen were the backbone of the Daotai clan, their future hope. Ji Tianxing's deranged massacre made God knows how many elites and geniuses perished prematurely in the Daotai clan. One could foresee that within the next 1,000 years, the Daotai clan's power would be greatly reduced. The new generation of Divine King powerhouses would be so few that it would make one's hair stand on end. To a clan, this was absolutely a heavy blow. Long Tian, this seat swears that I absolutely won't let you escape from the star-devouring grotto heaven alive. Dao Yongsheng was driven mad with rage, his voice roaring like a great bell. However, after Ji Tianxing and the rest cast spells and slaughtered the Daotai clansmen, they fled without the slightest hesitation. Swoosh! They all erupted with the fastest speed, akin to an aurora tearing across the firmament, speeding towards the south. Dao Yongsheng, the Grand Priest, and a few other elders hurriedly followed, unleashing a pursuit in a towering rage. However, when flying over the ruined campsite's airspace, Dao Yongsheng still hesitated for a bit. Seeing that there were still many clansmen lucky enough to survive in the ruins, he could not help ordering, "Grand Elder, you bring the 3 elders to go and rescue the clansmen who survived. Especially those guards, elite disciples, and geniuses, you must think of a way to save them." This Grand Elder was immediately stunned, falling into hesitation and weighing the pros and cons. Although he was so furious that he exploded, and very much wanted to follow the Patriarch and the Grand Priest to hunt down Ji Tianxing and the rest. But he knew that while revenge was important, rescuing the clansmen who survived was even more important. Hence, He could only nod his head and say that he complied. After that, he brought the 3 elders and stayed behind, descending into the ruined campsite at top speed, and rescuing those heavily injured clansmen. Dao Yongsheng, the Grand Priest, and Dao Yuxing swept over the campsite's airspace without stopping, chasing towards the south. As time flowed by, the distance between both parties continuously pulled closer. 4,000 miles, 3,000 miles, 2,000 miles, looking like in another 10 breaths of time, Dao Yongsheng would catch up to Ji Tianxing and the rest. And at this time, Ji Tianxing and the rest were only 10,000 miles away from the southernmost part of the star-devouring grotto heaven. Dao Yongsheng suddenly reacted, and immediately frowned, a cold light flashing in his eyes. They want to escape to the exit of the star-devouring grotto heaven and return to the dragon realm through the exit. Hearing this, the Grand Priest and Dao Yuxing were both stunned. Then, the Grand Priest frowned and said, "Only us and the few elders know the secret method to open the exit. He doesn't know the method to open it, and even if he uses the technique to break it, it will take a long time. They can't escape, we can catch him." Dao Yongsheng and Dao Yuxing also thought so, and their eyes shone with a hopeful light. However, something unexpected happened. Bai Feng, Chao Qingyu, and Yank, who were flying at top speed, were suddenly enveloped by a white light and disappeared into thin air. Obviously, Ji Tianxing had taken them into the Jiutian 10 Absolutes Pagoda. Firstly, their speed was relatively slow, and they would be caught soon. Secondly, their mission had been completed, and there was no point in continuing to follow Ji Tianxing. Just like this, Ji Tianxing burst out with an unbelievable speed and rushed toward the exit by himself. Originally, the distance between Dao Yongsheng and him had been reduced to 800 miles. Ji Tianxing suddenly accelerated, and the distance between the two of them increased to more than 500 miles. Even so, Dao Yongsheng was not worried and continued to chase without slacking. He thought that as long as Ji Tianxing escaped to the exit and used the technique to break the divine array, he would definitely be able to catch up. At that time, he would definitely use the primal chaos primordial bell to capture and suppress Ji Tianxing as soon as possible and not give him a chance to resist. Whoosh! After a few breaths, Ji Tianxing escaped to the southern edge of the star-devouring grotto heaven. 10 miles ahead was the exit of the star-devouring grotto heaven. It was a white light vortex that was hundreds of meters tall. Behind the white light vortex was a translucent spatial barrier. Just as he flew to the exit, Ji Tianxing waved his hands and made a hand seal to open the exit. Dao Yongsheng, the Grand Priest, and Dao Yuxing, who had rushed over, were stunned when they saw his familiar and precise movement. Chapter 36-26. D***MNit. What the hell? How did that guy know our secret technique? Could it be that there's a traitor among us? Who is it? Who leaked the method to open the exit? Dao Yongsheng, the High Priest, and Dao Yuxing all looked as if they had seen a ghost. They could not believe that Ji Tianxing had actually mastered the method to open the exit. Moreover, he was extremely skilled and used only 2 breaths of time to successfully open the spatial passage. Such speed was not inferior to the High Priest and the Grand Elder at all. As a result, the 3 of them could not help but think that there might be a traitor among the elders and deacons. Someone had taught Ji Tianxing the method to open the exit. Otherwise, it did not make sense at all. At this time, they had not realized the truth of the matter. Ji Tianxing had refined Dao Wangchuan and Dao Changji's godheads and learned the method to open the exit from their divine soul memories. Of course, it would take a few days for them to calm down and think about it carefully before they could guess the truth. Swoosh! The white light vortex opened and a pitch-black spatial passage appeared in the middle. Ji Tianxing did not hesitate and jumped into the white light vortex and was swallowed by the endless darkness. The next moment, he left the star-devouring grotto heaven and appeared in the abyss shrouded in clouds. Whoosh! He rushed out of the abyss as fast as an aurora and sped towards the north. Immediately after, Dao Yongsheng, the High Priest, and Dao Yuxing, who had regained their senses, also passed through the white light vortex and left the star-devouring grotto heaven. They appeared in the pitch-black abyss. At this time, Ji Tianxing had already flown thousands of miles away. However, Dao Yongsheng had no intention of giving up. He immediately led the high priest and Dao Yuxing to chase after Ji Tianxing. Both parties flew across the sky one after the other, speeding through the sky at a speed faster than the aurora. Previously in the star-devouring grotto heaven, Ji Tianxing was carrying Bai Feng, Yank, and the others, so he could not burst out with his fastest speed. At this moment, he was flying across the sky alone and raised his speed to the limit. Only then did Dao Yongsheng, the high priest, and Dao Yuxing, who were chasing after him, witness his true strength and speed. It was no exaggeration to say that Ji Tianxing could travel 20 million miles in a single day when he flew at full speed. Among the three people, only Dao Yongsheng could keep up. Both the high priest and Dao Yuxing were slower and would definitely be shaken off. However, Dao Yongsheng could not chase after Ji Tianxing alone. He had to bring along the high priestess and Dao Yuxing in order to have the confidence to deal with Ji Tianxing, Bai Feng, and the others. He couldn't move as fast as he could, and he still had to take care of the high priest and Dao Yuxing. He was exhausted and helpless. After 2 hours of pursuit, Ji Tianxing had left the three of them behind by 20,000 li. At this rate, in at most 10 hours, Ji Tianxing would be 100,000 miles away from them. 100,000 miles had already exceeded the range of Dao Yongsheng and the high priest's divine senses. At that time, they would definitely be shaken off by Ji Tianxing. At the thought of this, Dao Yongsheng was filled with anxiety, gnashing his teeth in anger. "I'm not waiting for you guys. This seat will go and chase after that guy first. The two of you follow behind." Dao Yongsheng gritted his teeth and made up his mind. He wanted to speed up and chase after Ji Tianxing. But the high priest and Dao Yuxing's expressions changed, hurriedly reaching out to pull him back. "Clan head, don't be rash. Clan head, this must not happen." The high priest and Dao Yuxing were filled with worry, urging in an anxious tone, "Clan head, even if you can catch up to that bastard, you're alone while he has several helpers. If you are surrounded by them and something happens to you, our clan's losses will be too disastrous. Yeah. To date, we've already lost thousands of clan members, many elites and genius disciples. If something happens to you, our clan will definitely be unable to recover from this setback and decline day by day." How could Dao Yongsheng not think of this? However, he couldn't just watch as Ji Tianxing escaped right under his nose. He could not take this lying down. Then what else can this seat do? The two of you are too slow. At this rate, we'll be shaken off very soon. Dao Yongsheng frowned fiercely and growled angrily. Dao Yuxing revealed a deep sense of shame and hurriedly blamed himself and apologized. The high priest frowned and thought for a moment. Suddenly, he had an idea. He stared at Dao Yongsheng with a burning gaze and asked in a serious tone, "Clan head, are you sure you're not going to let that brat off and must kill him?" "Nonsense." Dao Yongsheng replied in annoyance, "We've already formed a blood feud with him. There's only an outcome of life and death. If we don't kill him, how can the thousands of people of our clan die in peace? If we can't strip him of the dragon race bloodline, the golden-winged great rock and the phoenix race bloodline, wouldn't our efforts be in vain? Furthermore, now that things have developed to this stage, our Daotai clan has lost all face. We must kill him to cover up this matter." The high priest nodded slightly and said in a serious tone, "All right. Since the clan head has made up his mind, then I have an idea. It's unrealistic to want to kill him with just the three of us. Isn't he escaping towards the north? With his current speed, he'll enter the Ganyang region in at most 2 days. Coincidentally, the Cheongchi clan's Nebula Grotto Heaven is in the north of the Ganyang region. We can ask the Cheongchi clan to help us. With a pincer attack, we can definitely kill Long Tian." Hearing the high priest's reminder, Dao Yongsheng's eyes lit up. However, after thinking carefully, he frowned again. "Ask the Cheongchi clan for help. Although our clan and the Cheongchi clan have formed an alliance and are as close as brothers, our clans are also divided. Our clans appear to be united on the surface but are divided at heart. We each have our own thoughts and schemes. If I take the initiative to ask the Cheongchi clan for help, they will definitely demand an exorbitant price and take the opportunity to extort us. In fact, after they know that Long Tian has the dragon race bloodline, they might even snatch it. At that time, even if we kill Long Tian, we might not be able to obtain his dragon race bloodline. Dao Yongsheng's words made the high priest and Dao Yuxing frown, their expressions somewhat solemn. After a moment of silence, the high priest continued, "Clan head, since you insist on killing Long Tian, then you have to make some sacrifices. As for the Cheongqi clan's conditions, you should be able to discuss it with their clan head personally. If you insist on obtaining the dragon race bloodline, then you have to make it clear in advance. If you're worried, then apart from asking the Cheongqi clan for help, we can also send a message to the territorial lords. The Clear Sky Territorial Lord, the Ganyang Territorial Lord, and the territorial lords of the two surrounding territories can also help." Dao Yongsheng frowned and remained silent. After pondering for a long time, he nodded and agreed to the high priest's suggestion. "Forget it. Looks like this is the safest method for now. Then I'll send a message to them personally." Finished speaking, Dao Yongsheng took out one transmission jade slip after another and sent messages to the Cheongqi clan and the territorial lords. Chapter 36-27. Not long after, Dao Yongsheng received replies from various factions. After reading the replies, his expression was a little complicated. It was just as he had guessed. After the 4 domain lords received his message, they all agreed without hesitation. Especially Clear Sky Domain Lord and Ganyang Domain Lord, they agreed without even asking about the reward and conditions. After all, the star-devouring Grotto Heaven was in Clear Sky Domain, and Ganyang Domain was next door. These 2 domain lords were more familiar with the Daotai clan, and they had to rely on the Daotai clan and Cheongqi clan to be able to sit firmly in their positions. Dao Yongsheng personally sent a message to ask for their help. How could they dare to refuse? The other 2 domain lords mentioned the reward and asked about Long Tian's basic situation. But they did not hesitate and agreed immediately, giving Dao Yongsheng face. Only the Cheongqi clan was very difficult to deal with. The Cheongqi clan leader did not agree to Dao Yongsheng's request, nor did he refuse directly. Instead, he patiently asked who he wanted to kill. What was that person's appearance, and characteristics? What was his cultivation level? What bloodline was he from? What divine weapon did he use? What special abilities and talents did he have? Why did that person become enemies with the Daotai clan? What happened before? The Daotai clan had many experts. How could they need help? There must be something strange about this, right? In short, the Cheongqi clan leader was very suspicious, and his questions were very detailed. Everything he said revealed a message. He had to pay more. Dao Yongsheng patiently explained the basic situation of Long Tian and the things that had happened before. Of course, he skimmed over all the embarrassing and humiliating matters of the Daotai clan so as to avoid being ridiculed by Patriarch Cheongqi. As expected, the Cheongqi Patriarch pondered for a long time before replying to him. He could help with this. But he proposed a huge reward and added 2 conditions that gave Dao Yongsheng a headache. First, Dao Yongsheng had to take out 300 billion worth of ore. Second, the Daotai clan had to give the Cheongqi clan a starstone vein every 100 years. Then, the Daotai clan had to withdraw 50% of their properties in Ganyang Domain and give them to the Cheongqi clan. It was really an exorbitant demand. After Dao Yongsheng finished reading the jade slip, he was so angry that he directly crushed the jade slip into pieces. He almost cursed out loud. "Despicable and shameless bastard, why don't you just rob me?" Dao Yongsheng roared furiously. His face was distorted with anger. The high priest and Dao Yuxing were very nervous. They waited until his anger had mostly dissipated before carefully asking for the reason. When they heard the Cheongqi clan leader's conditions, the 2 of them were filled with anger and cursed. "Damned beast. When my clan helped the Cheongqi clan in the past, when have I ever been as ruthless as him? If he doesn't want to help, then forget it." Dao Yongsheng cursed, then took out his jade slip and sent a message back to Cheongqi. "Patriarch Shueshong, our 2 clans are allies. Originally, I had high hopes and trust in you. However, I'm very disappointed with the conditions you've proposed. Sorry to disturb you. Just pretend that I didn't say anything." Dao Yongsheng's reply was calm and cold. However, not long after, Shueshong, the Cheongqi clan leader, actually replied to his message. "Sure. The jade slip flew over from the sky and landed in front of Dao Yongsheng. He reached out to take the jade slip and sent his divine sense into it. Instantly, Xueshong's hearty laughter rang out in his mind. Ha 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 ha. Brother Dao, calm down. I was just joking with you just now. Since we're brothers in an alliance, of course, we have to help each other. Only then can we grow stronger and last forever. Since Brother Dao is in trouble, how can I just stand by and do nothing? How about this? I'll eliminate the second condition. I only want 300 billion worth of ores. In the future, Brother Dao will give me a star or vein every 100 years. Without a doubt, the Cheongqi clan leader's harsh conditions were just to test Dao Yongsheng's bottom line. Seeing that Dao Yongsheng rejected him decisively, the Cheongqi clan leader lowered the reward and conditions. Dao Yongsheng's anger dissipated by more than half. He patiently replied to the Cheongqi clan leader, and the two of them began to bargain. After 3 messages, the two of them finally reached a consensus. The Daotai clan only needed to pay 300 billion worth of ores. In addition, they would give the Cheongqi clan a star or vein every 200 years until they filled up 10 ore veins. This result, the two clan leaders could both accept it. Huff. This damn fellow, finally settled it. After reaching the deal, Dao Yongsheng heaved a sigh in relief and cursed under his breath. Although the deal was settled, there was a thorn stuck in his heart from beginning to end. No matter how he calculated, he felt that he lost out greatly. Previously, in the star-devouring grotto heaven, not only did he fail to kill Long Tian, he even let him heavily damage the Daotai clan's camp, damaging the Daotai clan's foundation. Now, in order to request the Cheongqi clan to take action and help, he had to bleed heavily again. Calculating carefully, this life of Long Tian's was worth more than 3 trillion. Such a horrifying value, it was almost catching up to the son of the Dragon Emperor, right? At the thought of this, Dao Yongsheng was depressed until he wanted to vomit blood, wishing to tear Dao Wangchuan and Dao Zhangji into pieces. 2 fools. How did they provoke Long Tian, and even bring him into the star-devouring grotto heaven? The origin of all of this was Dao Wangchuan and Dao Zhangji. If not for the two of them murdering for wealth, the Daotai clan would not be in such a sorry state. Right at this time, the high priest by the side opened his mouth and asked, Patriarch, you've reached an agreement with Patriarch Cheongqi? Dao Yongsheng nodded his head slightly and said, the terms are already settled. The high priest nodded his head to indicate that he understood and asked, then will he personally take action? How many people is he bringing? Dao Yongsheng was stunned for a bit and said with a frown, didn't ask about this. This seat will send a message to ask. Finished talking, he took out a transmission jade slip again and sent it to Patriarch Cheongqi, Xueshong. This time, Xueshong only replied to him after an hour. When Dao Yongsheng saw the reply in the transmission jade slip, he was immediately unable to restrain his anger, his nose crooked from anger. Brother Dao, this seat is currently in closed seclusion cultivating a divine art. I seriously can't leave and can't take action personally. However, this seat sent the left protector and 3 elders, plus the Bloodslaughter Hall's 100 elites. That's enough, right? These were Patriarch Cheongqi's original words, his tone revealing the meaning of I'll handle it, you can rest assured. Dao Yongsheng was so angry that his face was livid. He hurriedly sent a message to Xueshong, requesting him to send more people and high-ranking divine kings. He emphasized to Xueshong that although the target to kill this time, Long Tian, was not a high-ranking divine king, he surpassed a high-ranking divine king. However, Xueshong's reply revealed a tone of indifference. Just a Dragon Clan youth who hasn't made a name for himself. Even if he has some means, how powerful can he be? Brother Dao, you also said that Long Tian is not your match. Since that's the case, my clan's left protector and 3 elders will only assist you in intercepting Long Tian. The person who really takes action to kill Long Tian is still you, Brother Dao. Could it be that you don't want to take revenge personally? Chapter 36-28. Dao Yongsheng was instantly speechless as he found it hard to refute. It was all a disaster caused by his face. When he told Xueshong about what happened earlier, explaining Ji Tianqing's situation, he didn't divulge the fact that Daotai clan had suffered heavy losses. Shueshong even asked him who was stronger between him and Long Tian. He replied without any hesitation that of course he was stronger. How could Long Tian be mentioned in the same breath as him? Rubbish. He was Daotai clan's clan leader, a 9th stage realm god king. Did he not want his face? Other than Dragon Emperor who ruled various continents, he was known to be invincible under the God Emperor, not fearing any god king's existence. To make him admit that Long Tian was very powerful, making him helpless, that was just too embarrassing. So now it resulted in such an outcome. Shueshong didn't pay too much attention to it, and from the men he sent out, it was a little perfunctory. Unfortunately, Dao Yongsheng had already said that so he couldn't slap his own face. Even if he was bitter and angry, he could only accept it. High Priest who was by the side hurriedly consoled after understanding the situation. Patriarch, please calm down. That Long Tian is indeed nothing to be afraid of. As long as Cheongqi clan's experts help to stop him, you can easily kill him alone. Dao Yongsheng's face turned black. This seat also knows this logic, but this seat just can't stand it. This seat spent such a huge price to invite Cheongqi clan to help. In the end, Shueshong didn't take action personally and only sent the left guardian and 3 elders. This is just too perfunctory. High Priest also frowned as he was filled with resentment and didn't know how to console Dao Yongsheng. Hence, he pointed to the sky in front and changed the topic. Clan leader, we've been chasing after Long Tian for 8 hours. His speed has been maintained at its peak condition and he has already left us in the dust by 80,000 miles. In another hour's time, he will leave our soul trace detection range. By then, if he changes his flying direction, we'll easily lose him. Dao Yongsheng waved his hand and said in an indifferent tone, no need to worry. Earlier when we exchanged blows with him, this seat had injured him. This seat intentionally used the soul-devouring flame's energy which remained in his wounds and body, so it's very hard to remove. If we lose him, this king will only need to spend a little time and effort to track the soul-devouring flame's aura and estimate his approximate location. As long as he's still in the clear sky and dry sun regions, he won't be able to escape my pursuit. Hearing his words, the High Priest and Dao Yuxing heaved a sigh of relief and revealed looks of admiration. Patriarch is indeed far-sighted. Patriarch is wise. The two of them hurriedly flattered him. Dao Yongsheng's mood improved, and his anger gradually dissipated. 10 hours later. The corners of Ji Tianxing's mouth curled up into a sneer as he sped through the sky like an aurora. It's been 10 hours, and we've already left the star-devouring grotto heaven by 8 million kilometers, yet they're still chasing? Haha. He was really persistent. Looks like Dao Yong's anger isn't light. He won't rest until he kills me. Unfortunately, I've already shaken all of you off by 50,000 kilometers, and even your divine senses can't detect me. So how are all of you going to pursue me? As he spoke, he suddenly changed his direction from north to northwest while maintaining his speed. Not long after, Dao Yongsheng and the other two arrived at this place and continued to chase northward. Ji Tianxing had already flown 50,000 kilometers in the northwest direction, and the distance between the two sides would only increase. In the short term, Dao Yongsheng and the other two were destined to not be able to catch up to him. About an hour later, Ji Tianxing slowed down his flying speed and used his divine sense to observe behind him. After observing for a long time and not seeing Dao Yongsheng and the other two following, he was sure that Dao Yongsheng and the other two had lost them. Hence, he took out the Burial of Heaven sword and let the Burial of Heaven sword continue flying while he entered the sword world to handle matters. In a remote place in the sword world, he took out the 9 Heavens 10 Absolutes pagoda and placed it in the belly of the mountain. He entered the Divine Pagoda and went to the 3rd, 4th, and distorted spacetime to check on everyone's injuries. Bai Feng was on the 3rd level of the Divine Pagoda, staying in the endless dark and cold wasteland, silently circulating her energy to heal her injuries. Although Bai Feng's injuries were very serious, they were not life-threatening. Ji Tianxing checked, left a pile of divine pills and origin stones for her, and told her to focus on healing her injuries before leaving. Peng Fei was on the 4th level of the Divine Pagoda, sitting cross-legged above the endless sea. His injuries were the most miserable, and his physical body had almost been destroyed. His divine Tao foundation was also affected, and his divine power aura was very weak. Ji Tianxing personally used a secret technique to heal his injuries and poured a large amount of divine power into him. As a result, Peng Fei's injuries stabilized and did not continue to worsen. He opened his eyes and bowed to Ji Tianxing to thank him. Ji Tianxing looked at him calmly and asked, "Ever since you came out with me to explore the world, you have almost lost your life twice. Do you regret it?" Peng Fei pursed his lips and did not speak. He shook his head with a determined gaze. Ji Tianxing smiled and continued, "If you regret it, you can leave at any time. I really don't understand you. Why don't you just stay in the 9 mystical caves heaven and be a Peng disciple?" Peng Fei was stunned and asked in astonishment, "Senior, how did you know that I am a disciple of the 9 mystical caves heaven?" Ji Tianxing smiled and said, "Is it that hard to guess? The Dragon Realm has a total of 33 caves heaven, and the astral source continent has 9. Among these 9 caves heaven, only the 9 mystical caves heaven is the Golden Rock race's nest. The Golden Rock race's bloodline is thin, and they are not as good at reproduction as the other demon races. Thus, the Golden Rock race treasures their bloodline the most, and almost no descendants are left outside. Even if there is a Golden Rock bloodline outside, once the Golden Rock race finds out, they will think of a way to find it." This. Peng Fei was a little stunned. He scratched his head and asked, "Senior, you know so much about my race. Do you have some relationship with my race?" Ji Tianxing smiled and said playfully, "I don't have any relationship with the Golden Rock race, but I have a good relationship with the Dragon Kings and Dragon Emperors of the 4 seas and 5 continents. Of course, the Golden Origin Dragon Emperor of the Astral Source continent is an exception." Ah! Peng Fei was stunned. He asked, "So, you plan to leave the Astral Source continent and go to other continents?" Ji Tianxing raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "I do plan to do so, but before I leave the Astral Source continent, I want to go to a place." "Where?" Peng Fei asked instinctively. "The 9 mystical caves heaven," Ji Tianxing answered. Ah! Peng Fei's expression changed instantly. He begged with a bitter face, "Senior, please don't send me back. Although I know that I am weak and can't help you, I will always be a burden to you." Ji Tianxing waved his hand and explained, "I am not going to the 9 mystical caves heaven to send you back. I am going to find your Golden Rock patriarch or tribe leader." "Find our patriarch or tribe leader?" Peng Fei was even more confused. "Yes." Ji Tianxing nodded and said in a low voice, "I am going to ask them for information and verify something." Bookhouse Reading Website. Chapter 3629. Peng Fei could not figure out why Senior Long Tian was looking for the Golden Rock Patriarch. As far as he knew, the Golden Rock Patriarch had not shown himself in the 9 mystical caves for thousands of years. For a powerhouse like the Patriarch, his children had already spread out and were independent. He no longer cared about worldly affairs. Now, the Patriarch's only wish and goal was to reach the peak of the divine path and surpass the divine king realm. If Senior Long Tian asked the Patriarch about the past 1,000 years, the Patriarch would definitely not know. Unless it was to inquire about what happened 1,000 years ago. That was still possible. However, Senior Long Tian did not have any relationship with the Golden Rock race. How could he have met the Golden Rock Patriarch? Peng Fei was puzzled, but he could not figure it out. He could only suppress this thought. He remembered that he was about to return to the 9 mystical caves and could not help but mutter, "Senior, it's fine if you ask for information, but don't leave me alone after sending me back." Although he did not hate the 9 mystical caves, he did not have a good impression of them. After all, this was related to his life and origin. He had an unpleasant past. Furthermore, his status in the 9 mystical wonderland was rather awkward. He was not a disciple with mediocre talent, nor was he a direct descendant with a strong backer. They belonged to the category of rootless duckweeds that were above average. They would not be bullied, but no one was willing to care for them. This situation lasted for more than 800 years. Peng Fei felt bored and awkward, so he decided to leave the 9 mystical caves and explore the outside world. Fortunately, the deacons and elders of the Golden Rock race were not angry because of this. He was not punished. Instead, the The Golden Rock race secretly asked someone to take care of him in the mortal world. The master of Mount Wuhua, his master, and the Green Lotus Domain Lord were the two divine kings who were ordered to take care of him. His master and the Green Lotus Domain Lord thought he did not know about this. In fact, he was not a fool. How could he not know? Peng Fei's heart wavered as he thought of the past. Ji Tianxing visited Bai Feng and Peng Fei before returning to the distorted spacetime to visit Chao Qingyu and Yank. Now, these doyens who had followed him from the God realm to the Dragon realm had all won his trust. In terms of the treatment of the cultivation environment, this was the most obvious manifestation. For example, Chao Qingyu, Yank, and Lana could stay in the distorted spacetime for a long time and cultivate in seclusion under the Bloodflame Sacred Tree. Before this, only Yun Yarrow, Ji Ku, Ji Wushuang, Bai Long, Hei Long, Qian Yu, and Zhen Hong were qualified to enter this place. Of course, Xue Lin, Sir God Blood Illusion, Left Emissary Jin and Blood Dragon Right Emissary were also accepted, even though they were loyal and sincere to Ji Tianxing. However, the main reason why they could come to the distorted spacetime to cultivate was not because of this. It was because they were cultivating in Xue Lin's godly ship. Their progress was simply too slow. Speaking of which, only 3 to 4 years had passed in the outside world, and their strength had not improved much. However, everyone who cultivated in the distorted spacetime had undergone a great change and improved rapidly. Ji Tianxing felt that if this were to continue, he would be favoring one over the other and making Lin Xue, Sir God Blood Illusion and the rest disappointed. Therefore, he transferred Xue Lin and the rest into the distorted spacetime not long ago. Currently, there were already 14 Sir God and Godly King experts gathered in the distorted spacetime. There were members of the God Clan, the Human Clan, as well as the Demon Clan's Divine Dragon and Heavenly Fox. More than 10 experts were cultivating in seclusion under the Bloodflame Sacred Tree. All of them were emitting 5-colored divine light and brimming with vast and mighty divine power. The scene was indeed spectacular. Ji Tianxing took a look. Chao Qingyu and Yank's injuries were very serious. However, their lives were not in danger. They just needed to cultivate in seclusion for more than 10 years to fully recover. This result was acceptable. After all, they had loyally carried out their duties and worked so hard. Therefore, Ji Tianxing took out many healing elixirs and resources and placed them in front of the two of them. Then, he left a jade slip for Yank. There was only one sentence in it. When your injuries have fully recovered, or when you have free time, help me refine and purify the mineral veins. Next, Ji Tianxing sat cross-legged under the Bloodflame Sacred Tree and started to check his injuries. He also took stock of his gains in the Star-Devouring Cave. He circulated his power for 2 cycles and checked every corner of his body. He found a total of 9 injuries. 7 of them were new injuries. The other 2 were old injuries that he had suffered outside the Golden Source Dragon Emperor's Xuanji Cave. Fortunately, these injuries were not serious and did not affect him much. Ji Tianxing took elixirs and used secret healing techniques. He healed his injuries in just 2 months. Then, he started to take stock of his spoils. First, there were 2 God King experts' quintessence fragments. One belonged to the 3rd Elder, Dao Rongxin. It was a 7th Heaven God King realm quintessence fragment. It contained more than 430 divine Dao laws. The other belonged to the 7th Elder. He was the weakest at 6th Heaven God King realm. The number of divine Dao laws in the quintessence fragment was also relatively small. There were only 390 of them. Regarding this, Ji Tianxing felt that it was a pity. It would be great if he could kill Dao Yongsheng and the High Priest. They were the 2 giants of the Daotai clan. They had at least 600 divine Dao laws. Unfortunately, he would only have the chance to realize this in the future. In addition to the 2 quintessence fragments, Ji Tianxing also had 6 huge mountains in his interspatial ring. Within each mountain, there was a vein of ore. There were 5-star mineral veins and 1 heavenly red cloud gold mineral vein. These were rare treasures that were hard to find in the mortal world. They were excellent materials for refining king-grade divine artifacts. Ji Tianxing used his divine power and melted the 6 mountains. Instantly, The dirt and impurities on the 6 mountains were removed. They shrunk by half and became metal lumps the size of hills. Of course, they only looked like lumps of metal. They had a metallic luster and were shining with dazzling divine light. In reality, they were still ores. They had to be refined and purified to obtain the pure star divine gold and heavenly red cloud gold. Ji Tianxing roughly estimated that after refining and purifying these 6 hills of ores, he should be able to exchange them for 300 million pieces of divine gold. That would be worth at least 400 billion. To any upper god king, this was equivalent to his lifetime's worth of wealth. Unfortunately, to the Daotai clan who is sitting on a mountain of gold, this can only make them angry. It can't make them feel heartache. If I have the chance to go to the star-devouring grotto heaven in the future, I would be letting myself down if I don't dig up hundreds of mines, Ji Tianxing muttered in his heart. He took out the 6 hills of ores one by one and sent them to the void in front of Yank with a wave of his hand. When Yank finished healing and saw the jade slip he left behind, he would start refining and purifying. After Yank refined the star divine gold and heavenly red cloud gold, he would also have to put upgrading the sword of burial of heaven on the agenda. After all, the ones he came into contact with now were all upper god kings. The sword of burial of heaven, which was a mid-grade king-grade divine artifact, was already somewhat inadequate.